All right. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be. And tonight, I want to do some night practice, more night practice. Eventually, I'll switch over to one of the airliners. I know some people are saying, well, all you ever fly is the A320. Well, yeah, well, you know, how else are you going to try to master something? So I do. But you're right. I should switch it up and try to learn other airliners. We've flown them in the past. I have, but then I stick to my favorites. Okay, I'm going to be using Skyvector to build my plan, or at least get us started. And I don't want to build it from the main menu. I want to build it up in the aircraft. I've set up, pardon the pauses, I've set up my OBS in a different way, and now it's just a matter of getting used to it. So, trying to get everything organized here. Okay, so this is Skyvector. It's free, absolutely free, and it's brilliant. It is brilliant. And if you don't want to spend money, if you have Flight Simulator 2020, and you want charts, and you want to be able to do cool flight planning, and you don't want to, I think SIMBrief might be free, but if you don't want to invest in anything that could potentially lead to other things like subscriptions and yada yada yada. And you figured, hey, I'm just learning. I just need something to get me by and well, this will definitely do it. It's a VIP, MVP. That's the right sports term, right? MVP, most valuable player. In this case, MVT, most valuable tool. Because it can do a lot of things, including give you an instrument flight map like this one. Up here in the upper right-hand corner, you have world high, world low. Well, you have an en route high 5, which I've never used, and world VFR. So if you need your VFR maps, great. World low, world high. And again, I've never really done en route, but it's obviously another one that they use. Here's an en route low. Will probably, I'm not sure where it's going to put us, low or high. Okay. And when you plug in your flight plan, I figured we'd go from Denver to KMCI, Kansas City International. And then I hit routes, okay? And it provides me with the most popular route that actually flies from Denver to Kansas City. So you click on that, and it populates this. This is what I'm going to try to get us started with once we get inside the cockpit and plug that into the computer. I'm going to also look at adding in departures and arrivals. I've never really tried to plug them in out here, but let me show you what we might be looking at here. If you go down to where we're taking off from and click on the pin, you get the airport, and you can always pull up the airport diagram, especially when you're looking for the taxiway map. Worth its weight in gold. Okay, and it doesn't say what runway we're being told to leave on yet. So we're going to want to look at, these are only the approach procedures. Where's the departures? Here's the departures. So they're going to assign us a runway, and we might have to use a departure procedure, in which case we'll refer to one of these PDFs. Once we get to Kansas City, or get closer to it, or we can do it now, we can plan an arrival. So here's all the approach procedures, and I want to do an ILS, and they offer a lot of different ILS options here. I haven't looked at the weather or the wind to determine which might be the best one. Something you'd probably want to do. I could pull up a METAR, but let me just get to it. Let's say we want ILS runway 27. Okay, so here comes the chart for that. And we'll be mostly looking, and paying attention to this lower half here. For this spot right here where X marks the spot, and this waypoint, Dustin. Jawback and Dustin. All right. When we reach those waypoints, we know that we're right near the runway. And at Jawback, they want us at 29,000 feet. Not above it, not below it. Right on it. At Dustin, they want us at 2,800 feet. Did I say 29,000? 2,900 feet. 2,800 feet at Dustin. All right. And then here's our missed approach if we have to take off again. Climb to 1,600 feet. Turn left while climbing to 4,000 to a heading of 230 degrees. Head over to the MCI. VOR on the 223 radial. And then we're going to do a hold at Rug BB. Right here. So follow the arrow in. There's Dustin, the approach point. Down here at the runway, here's your misapproach. Turn. Following the, here's the VOR. So climb to 4,000 feet. Turn. We want to hit this radial 223 spot. And then at that point, we would go into a hold. You fly 43 degrees for 30 seconds. Turn. Well, you fly, 043, 30 seconds. Turn. Fly 30 seconds. 223 backwards. Turn. And you do that. Normally, that's how a hold is done. Because we're in a simulator, we can kind of do whatever we want. You can do that to practice real world. If you find yourself in a position to, you could just always do a direct and just go back to Jawback and try again. Because when they tell you to come back in anyway, from being in the hold spot, they're going to send you back to Jawback anyway. And then you turn, come back into Dustin, hit your approach button, try again. All right. Other things on here of note are ILS frequency. If you have to add it in manually, chances are it's going to add it in when we set it up. Other important information, other frequencies you would want in the real world. And then there's lots of other great stuff out here later to figure out. Here's different SIDs. Or sorry, stars coming in. And they might assign us one of these. Like coming in, they might tell us to come in at Tade or Murphy. So we don't know which they're gonna hook us up with. Or we can choose one. So if they give us the option, we'll try to remember Murphy or Slims or D-Man. Doesn't really matter. We all know that they're all going to lead. They're all basically relative. We're not coming from this direction. So we're coming from the west. So either that one or that one. Okay. So we're going to be starting at Aden. Now trying to get my streaming screen better. Okay. There, now I can see my chat nice and good. So thanks to Rent-A-Cow, who offered the suggestion on how to set up my OBS a little bit differently and try to keep certain things on one monitor and certain things on another monitor. So when I have to switch between screens like Skyvector or Bushtalk or whatever, it's not such a pain in the butt. and forgetting to switch back to the proper screens. Now, it doesn't matter to me where we start. I don't want taxiing to take forever. Let's just start out at least close to a runway. But again, I don't know which one they're going to pick. They haven't assigned us one. Oh, what the hell. I'll just put us here then. Hope you're having a great night. If you have any questions, and I will do my best. I will do my absolute best to help you find the answers to anything that any questions that you might have. I would definitely not be the first person I turn to advice. I'm still considered rookie, intermediary, flight simmer. You know, I'm not a real world pilot. But I'm not a total newbie anymore. So I think I can fly any general aviation, most aircraft. Just give me 15-20 minutes in it. Give me an hour in most military aircraft. Figure out the hell they were thinking. And any airliner, anything, even helicopters now. Okay. But I don't know everything, but still, but I'm not a total noob. And I try to learn as much as I can. But again, no, I don't know everything. But I have tried to train as though I were going for a real world license. Real world licenses. But then even there, yeah, I don't know everything. And a lot of the things that were involved doing math, using an E6B, using any sort of charts, find this, go to this number, do this, go to this number and go to there. And what's your air pressure? Stuff like that. No. But just practical things you do in the simulation and how to fly things. Yeah. I think I could probably help. All right, so the first thing you want to do, I'll go through checklist, but ultimately the first thing we want to do is get our batteries on. Batteries switched on, and that way we can contact the air traffic control ground services and get an external power supply hooked up. All right, so with the batteries on, now we can access our air traffic control. We can do ground services. The first one we want to do, request a power supply.
Denver ground Kinney is 112 Could you please send a ground power unit?
And he's parked nearby.
A ground power unit is on the road. Denver ground SkyWest 5366.
And he's going to hook up a, there he goes. He's quick.
Taxi to and halt short of runway 26 via taxiway. Juliet Charlie November Echo Delta Mike cross runway 8 Alpha cross runway 8 Romeo 8 Romeo 1. Contact tower on
Oh my lord.
75.
Okay, that's not us. Aren't those confusing? That's why you might want to use Skyvector for finding your taxiway charts.
Air transport tree 402 with all
Cross runway 8A, cross runway 8, R8, R1.
402 taxi to and halt short of runway
Okay.
5.
As you hear, my air traffic control is working again. For whatever reason, we could hear everything except ATC. And now that we can hear ATC, well, that's probably why I toggled it off somehow. They're just constantly chattering. Let me turn it down so it's not overriding everything.
Taxiway Bravo Sierra Foxtrot Alpha Alpha Golf. Contact tower on 124 decimal tree when ready.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go up to our checklist.
Taxi to and hold short runway 26 using taxiway. Juliet Charlie November Echo Delta Mike cross runway 8 Alpha cross runway 8 Romeo 1
Battery
SkyWest
switches.
5366.
On. External power.
On if available.
On if available.
Great. So now it's using power from our truck out there. Engine generators.
43402, hold position. Caution the Airbus A320 on the taxiway.
Nice.
Denver ground Skywest 5083, requesting pushback. Skywest 50.
Okay. All right. Well, now we're going to turn voices down until we're done, until we're ready to go, because now it's already driving me nuts. I don't want to hear all the chatter. You might want to hear all the chatter. I don't really want to hear all the chatter right now. Too much to do, too much to talk, too much to say. Okay. Engine generators on. And they're set to fault. That's what you want. On fault displayed. Engine bleed air switches. So skip that one. Okay, doesn't want to move. Engine air bleed. Why are you doing this to me, buddy? The air bleeds are down here. And they're on. Okay, APU master switch. Right here. APU start. And we're supposed to wait for APU start to turn to available, but it hasn't been lately. So I could sit here all day, and it in the past it'd take about 30 seconds. And then it would come on. And I don't know why it hasn't been lately. Then you turn on your APU bleed. And then we turn off our external power. Okay. So another reason, when she starts talking, we can disconnect our supply. And see, and they talk so much. That is one of the problems with air traffic control. If it's on and interfering with you, you have to wait. You're queued, and as long as they're talking, we can't do jack. See what I mean? If I'm not lickety split Johnny on the spot picking what I need to pick, they're interfering. And it's a busy airport, and we've got real world traffic going on too. So let me turn that off. It's nice to have. It is great to have. But you can see how in a case like this, where maybe you're doing a live stream and you don't want all real world traffic on and every bit of airline stuff going on at your busy airport heard on the radio. So we'll come up to data, and we're going to turn off live real world air traffic. And so hopefully that will cut down a lot of that chatter. Let me go back. There is also an AI controlled traffic. Air traffic type off. Yeah, you can normally set AI traffic too. So if you want to bring the airport alive without turning on all that, you can turn these switches on. So airport vehicle density, airport traffic density, and worker density. You want to add that. Okay. Fuel pumps on. On, and on. And our beacon on. All right, let's turn on some lights in here. Our cabin lights are over here on this side of the panel. There's the interior dome. We want it on bright. This is a smoking and a non-seatbelt flight. It's up to you. You might want to be living dangerously. Okay, we're going to want our strobe on. We're going to want our wing on. Nav and logo light on. Taxi for right now. Landing lights for right now. Runway turn lights. Just everything on for right now. We may or may not need any sort of anti-ice getting up there. It's getting towards the end of the year. And it could get cold up there. So just in case, we're going to turn on anti-ice. Okay. Next screen. Okay, we got to come down here in by our throttle. And this is where we're going to start our engine. Actually, you know what? Well, I might as well just go ahead and start it now. We're going to be wasting fuel, but... Normally what I do is get everything planned first and worked out, and then get our engines turned on. Okay. Let me grab my... It's this hot chocolate. Well, I'm always just kind of phlegmy these days, man. Ian Flemmy. That frog in my throat. That never want to go away. Okay. So now here's where the fun begins. We get to plug in our flight plan. Okay. Llama Drama Farmer. Hey, how are you tonight? How are you? Good to see you. Well, what are you up to, Mr. Security? I'll say no more. All right. So here's where we plug in our information, and let me go back to Skyvector. Well, we're starting out at KDEN, we know that. So what I'm looking for here is from and to on the init screen. Here's the init button, and from and to. And we enter the ICAO where we're from, and / and the ICAO where we're going. So in this case, KDEN is where we're starting. KDEN / KMCI, and hit that. Okay, we're not using any corporate plans or anything we've got stored in a sim disk, so we're just going to hit return here and go back to the main menu. Okay, well, not the main menu, the main init menu. Okay, I don't know what the cruise altitude is going to be. They're going to tell us here shortly, and then I can plug that in. Okay, now we want to set up an arrival. So we go to our flight plan screen, we go to KMCI, we click that. Okay, from here we're going to click on arrival. And we said we wanted ILS 27, I believe. So we're going to go in this MCDU, in this master computer for the Airbus, the up arrow is down and the down arrow is up. Go figure. So we want to go down to look for runway 27. ILS 27. Now, I said they were going to present us with some stars, and we could pick which one we want. So let me go up and see if the other one's in there. We wanted Murphy. And now I don't see it. Maybe there's a different ILS? Is there an ILS 27 left or right? Let me go back to Skyvector and see. So we have, what they're offering us are Boss, Jayhawk, Jason, Tiger, Rudd, Mahomes. I was looking for Murphy. But again, I'm not seeing it here, so maybe there's another ILS 27. So, back to Skyvector. Yeah, well, I'll get over it. We all get over it. Okay, Skyvector. There's Murphy. Goner, Carey, John back. D-Man. Is this just straight 27? It is. ILS 27. They do change the names sometimes. So this could be a case of that where they've changed the names. But whatever. See, I don't see Mahomes out here anywhere. Again, the only one I see is... So this, I guess this would be one of the reasons why you might want later on to get a subscription, because these things do change. Pain in the butt. Okay. Let's look over here again. Let's see what the transitions are. No trans. None. Let me go black. Let me go. So yeah, there's only 127. So that is it. It's just an information thing, I think. I don't know where or which one to pick now. We don't have to use one. You don't have to. I was just trying to make this a little bit more how they do it in the real world, but since you see our data is different, then just whatever. I'm just going to insert or just go back to flight plan and erase. All right, so from Denver, we go to our decel point, and then they're going to take us to ANX, Carb, and Slims. Slims we did, or it erased it. Yeah, it erased it. Arrival 27. And just insert it here. No star, no trans. Give it a second. It's going to figure itself out here. All right, from Denver to the decel point to Annex to Carb. The Slims to Taggart to Jawback. And these are all there. Dustin. So this information is the same. So if we go back to Skyvector, and we go back out to where they're going to put us in at ANX. There's ANX over here, this waypoint. There's Slims. There's Taggart. There's Jawback. There's Dustin. And Dustin is our approach point. So by the time we hit Dustin, we need to be at 2,800 feet. By the time we hit Jawback, we need to be at 2,900 feet. Not above or below. Not above. Not below. We're setting 274, but that'll be all taken care of. At here, this is where the X marks the spot. This is where you hit the approach button on your dashboard. We're going to be practicing that tonight. Okay. So that's what our flight looks like. If we now move through our flight plan a little bit, come up here and change our range to see things a little bit further out. Am I on plan? No. This knob switches us to our flight plan. We can see it better. And now if I thumb through the arrows of our flight plan, it should take us to the different points on the route. There's the decel. Okay, so now we're at the part of the flight plan where we're close to the end. Now let me zoom in. 10 mile. Carb, Slims, Taggart, Dustin, runway. Oh, Jawback. Slims, Taggart, Jawback, Dustin, runway. All right, if we wanted to get fancy, well, let me go ahead and plug this in and get a takeoff clearance. Get a runway assigned to us. So request your instrument flight rules clearance for an instrument flight plan. Clear to Kansas City. Takeoff runway 26. Climb and maintain 7,000 feet. Depart departure frequency 12705, squawk 1206. So 7,000 feet. Get that ready to go. And I'm going to get this ready to have us climb at 2,500 feet. Our vertical speed. A little bit laggy. See that? It's really laggy. Only doing 44%. Let me go into... We're going to be flying at night. So one of the things about flying at night, and I'm sorry it's boring, but I need my night hour practice. So I understand if you want to bail out, because it can be boring doing night flights. So right now I've got my terrain level cranked all the way to maximum. Because earlier today we were flying in broad daylight, and I wanted to make sure that the ground looked stellar. Well, right now we can't even see the ground, and we won't be able to see the ground tonight. I'm going to turn that all the way down. That's going to alleviate a lot of our stress on the computer. The terrain vector data, again, we're not going to be seeing the ground. Buildings, I'll leave it at high, but chances are we're not going to see anything. Trees, nope, can't see them. Grass, bushes, nope. Object level of details, you know, we can pump this up maybe when we get closer to the airport, but there's no point in having it right now. Clouds, if I turn it on to some lightning and stuff to make it cool, then I'll just leave this at ultra. Okay, cool. Well, as long as you don't mind and find it boring, if you don't find it boring, then I'm happy. Okay. Light shafts, we don't really have any, so turn that down. And that should take the load off Manny. Yeah. That seems a lot better when I'm moving the camera around. Now we're not getting messed up. So they assigned us runway 26. So we come back down here. And we're going to go back to the top of our flight plan. And we're going to click on KDEN and go to departures and select runway 26. All right. Now they've given us an option here, none or Denver 2. Okay, well, I don't know what Denver 2 is. So this is where you usually go back to your Skyvector. Close this one. We want to find Denver 2 back at our takeoff spot. Okay, so here's Denver International Airport. Click on the dot for the airport, hover over the airport diagram, find runway 26. This is the approach procedures for us. We want to find the departure procedures for 26. And what did they give us? Denver? Denver 2? So Denver 2. Denver 2. These ones that just go like this all over the place. I don't know how to read these. This one's just pointing out all the damn VORs in the area. You know what though? I'll plug it in and see what we got. We'll choose Denver 2. And insert it. Okay, so it's now, it may add some stuff in here. In between Denver and our decel point. It may not. I don't see it adding anything in. Look at our flight plan. Nope. So it's really not adding anything in. Now, if you wanted to add something in, okay, how do we do that? Well, I'll show you. You come back out to your Skyvector. Let's find out where we want to put a point in. Did I close Skyvector? Oh, I did. Of course I closed it. They're making a Mars Attack game? Hilarious. Okay, let's say we wanted to add in someplace between here and there. If I can get my mouse to get back to the proper desktop. Don't you hate that? You're moving your mouse around and you Can't get it to the right desktop. Okay. So between here and there, let's say we want to make we gotta fly over somebody's house, and they want us to go to this VOR. So this is going to be a neat feature added into 2024. You will be able to grab the route like this, your ribbon, and click and drag it just like this. That's going to be so swanky. All right, so let me put it over this VOR. Now, if I click in here to plan the nearest airport, plan the nearest VOR, plan the nearest waypoint. I want the VOR, so I just click plan. Okay. So now that should add itself into, it says this is the MCK VOR. So it's added it into our flight plan up here. Either way, we just need MCK, that VOR. So now let me go back to the simulator. And we need to come down to the point above where we want to come in at, and that's the decel. Gotta remember how to do this. Wonder if we can. Maybe you can't put it in. Maybe the decel's automatic. Let me click on ANX. That would be the next point. And we want to add a waypoint. Not in database. I don't think it's fixed info. Nope. 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 Huh. And we're not entering an airway. That's weird. Well, it's been a long time, and that's why this is a refresher. I used to be really good about entering in and finding things and entering in and editing your flight plan. But I can try it on this side. It happens. You don't use it all the time, you lose it. MCK. MCK. Put it over here. See if it does anything. Let's try it from Denver. So we'll go to Denver and then try the next waypoint this way. Not in database. Maybe this is something that they moved over to the other A20 that they released. They want to keep this one basic. I don't know. Either way, it's not working. So we'll try that with the other Airbus at some point. But right now we got our plan built. And maybe while we're in the air, we'll try doing VOR to VOR. We'll use our radio and we'll just manually fly off we'll turn off autopilot and we'll fly to a VOR this way. Okay. Show you what I mean. All right. So now that we've been given clearance, now we can start our aircraft, which we started. But the engines didn't spool up. And because we turned off our external power and yada, yada, yada. Try that again. See if they'll start. I'm surprised the whole aircraft hasn't shut down yet. We've been running on batteries. There they go. All right, now we can turn up air traffic control.
Delta Mike, cross runway 8 Alpha, cross runway 8 Romeo, 8 Romeo, Romeo 1.
All right,
Tower on 128.75.
you're gonna love this. You've never done this before. Taxi and hold short runway 26 via taxiway BNHCNEDM, cross runway 8, A, cross runway 8, R8, R, R1. You have to be able to write that down as fast as they say it, and then you're supposed to read that back to them. Okay. So if you're like, well, what the heck does that mean? I will show you. So go back to your Skyvector, find your airport that you're at, and by looking at the airport diagram, you'll see all the runway, the taxiway map. So come back out here, hover over the pin for Denver International, go to the airport diagram and click on that. All right, we got our diagram. We turn it north up, stretch it out. Can I stretch it? Nah, I can blow it up though. There we go. All right, let's zoom down in here, and we know that we're parked here somewhere, right? I said park in the middle terminal, so we're somewhere in here. Okay. And they want, I think the first one was like BN or whatever. Well, BN is here if you leave this way. CS is here, CN is here. But each little part of a taxiway, like this part right here, this is D. This little turn right here, that's D3. This little turn right here, that's D2. This is WA. This is AS. This is F. This is G. Over here, this little strip right here, that's AA. This is the M6. The M. The L1. The M5. The M4. You getting it? EA. The M2. The SC. So they've told us go to BHHCN. So let's start there. BHCN and ED. BN. ED or CD? BN. BNHCD. Okay, so BN. There's H. BN, we're in the middle. This is H, this, I guess this strip right here. CS is here. CN EDM. CN is here. ED is here to M. This is the M. Okay, so you see now how to get around. They say, okay, so we got to go over here, and then they're going to tell us to cross runway 8, 8, R8, R, R1. R. Aha. Crossing runway 8. Hell's 8. but here's R. R1. The M up to across runway 8 here. I think. I don't know. Okay, this is why I love my AI, and this is the reason, absolutely why, the only reason why I really use the AI in piloting is we've been given our clearance now. So while I'm up here scratching my head, trying to figure out where the heck to go, turn on your AI piloting. At this point, once you've been given clearance, and let's watch what happens. You can do a pushback, ask for pushback, and then turn control over. Sometimes they normally request a pushback by themselves instead of just turning and doing this crazy nonsense to crash us into things like that. So probably a good idea to do a pushback. Again, normally they do. Normally he requests a pushback and does his thing. But the AI is going to now get us out to the runway. He's going to follow all that map nonsense. Forgive me. That's the last thing I should say about things doing with real world aviation. It's not nonsense. ED top right R8. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah. It is, I mean, it's nice to know how to do, but yeah, wow. At a big airport, it can get really confusing like that. It's definitely a puzzle trying to put it all together. And I was saying on our earlier live stream today, I hear, and they've got these tools out there that you can add in a Microsoft Flight Simulator. Supposedly, they already have auto taxiing tools. Even the pilots themselves were like, it's crazy. I don't have time to figure this out. Just give me an auto program for it. And they might even have auto taxiing now. So now they have auto taxiing, ILS landing. Some aircraft have auto landing. So the pilots don't do anything. They are just there to sit there and monitor and be ready to take over in case something goes wrong. They come in, they do what I did, they plug it into the computer, they switch it over to the AI, and that's it. They don't do anything else. That's the way it's going to be more and more in the future. They're not going to let pilots fly manually, I think, in the future. Maybe the ones that they really trust, because you watch all these guys that are real sim pilots, and they're like, yeah, I'm going to do a manual flight today. Or I was just doing my last flight and I decided to do a manual on the landing and da-da-da-da-da. No, man. That ain't going to fly in the future. I don't think they're going to let you. Right. With satellite communications and Starlink, they can do it from home. Not only that, there's been points in the past where the crew has become disabled in some way, or something horrible has happened, and they need a way to remotely control the planes. And again, that's very dangerous too, because it kind of goes back to that Wrath of Khan scenario where you know, Starfleet doesn't want anybody knowing their codes, because anybody could then hack into the codes and hack an airplane. But at the same time, you know, you've got to have that option. You've got to have a way to connect to the plane and bring it down. Bring it back down to the ground safely without a scratch. Yeah, and again, you can imagine 50 years from now, I mean, we can do it now, but I mean, where we're at technologically and the speed of things, just give us another 50 years to 100 years, and it's going to be even so much faster. And then they're gonna have quantum computers on these things probably, and you know, the further out we go, as long as we don't blow ourselves up or cause World War III, and as long as we make it another 50 to 100 years, holy moly, it's gonna be crazy. Air the backup if comms lost, you'd think. And with the next generation, the next few generations of AI they're going to be coming up with, yeah. Super, super, super intelligent AI. It'll be able to do what Asobo is doing now. It'll be able to draw in every piece of information that it needs to do what it needs to do. It's already going to have access to like all the weather and, you know, all the air traffic. And the nice thing about setting up from a big runway is you do get all your options, and you get to live stream them and show everybody how to set up things and find information. But at a big airport too, then you also have the, you know, a long time to taxi. They're passing ED. And all this, it's all on the signs too. I mean, in the old days, they used to just hand you a pair of binoculars. In the old flight training, they're like, if you want, you hear, you know, they didn't even tell you about maps. They're just like, use your binoculars and read the signs. There's M and the ED. So you'd have to get your binoculars out and walk around the airport and look at all the signs and make your map. But, you know, if you do read all the signs, they're all correct. The M10, the M9, L, M10. The ED. Again. And it's telling you which way to go. In MS 2020, you can use the drone. If you really want to do it yourself and you've looked at the taxi chart and you're a little confused, just send your drone out, fly around the place, and look at all the taxi signs. I watched the most interesting movie after dinner tonight. It was with Mark Wahlberg. And I don't even recall the name of it. The best way I can describe it, though, it was like Highlander. But instead of like killing everybody so you could get the prize, the bad guy and this guy, everybody's an immortal, and they all come back, and it's not immortal like in Highlander where they live one life. This one is they constantly keep getting resurrected. A small group of people continually gets resurrected, and the main bad guy doesn't want to get resurrected anymore. He's tired of it. I'm tired of this, and because he's so special, at the moment that he resurrects as a baby into the body of somebody else, his brain is active. And he's like, that's what's driving him insane. Is because the sitting period of just sitting there in the womb for like 9 months at a time, waiting to be reborn was, you know, it's a nightmare. By the way, you get to live over and over again. Oh, you big crybaby. And that's the whole point of it. They still run around carrying swords and stuff. You know, or at least the Wahlberg guy does, because he used to make swords like the Highlander. Yeah, so that's the best way I can describe it. Highlander, but the bad guy wants to kill everybody. He doesn't. The only prize he wants is to kill everybody so that nobody can resurrect. He wants to kill all life on Earth, like Thanos. So there's no bodies to resurrect into. He doesn't even want to take the chance of resurrecting back into a critter. He wants to kill everything on Earth. I like Mark Wahlberg quite a bit. As an actor. I don't know him as a person, of course. But as an actor, I've loved everything that he's done. He's a pretty cool guy. He seems like a really cool guy from, what you read about him. Him and his family and his brother. Both great actors. I loved, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but that television show Blue Bloods with Tom Selleck is the New York City police commissioner, and Donnie Wahlberg is one of the sons. He's a cop. Fantastic. I love Tom Selleck too. I grew up with Tom Selleck, all of his stuff. Life's too short, man. Life is way too short. One day you're good looking and on top of the world, and then the next day you're not. Tom Selleck, man, he used to be the man in the 80s. So sad when you see your heroes get old. It was weird losing Burt Reynolds. See that guy go from the pinnacle of life to wasting away, and Clint Eastwood's almost gone. Not yet. He's hanging in there. I'll be sad when Shatner goes. I'm a Shatner fan. People are like, he's an asshole. I don't care. If I met you, I'd probably think you were an asshole too. I don't know. Either way, I like Shatner an awful lot. Just because I was a Star Trek fan, so he's got a pass with me. And I've never met him, and that's one of the things. They say, don't meet your heroes. Yeah, that's probably the biggest reason. I've never met him. I've been in his presence, finally. I got to be in his presence at the Las Vegas convention for the 50th anniversary of Star Trek. I was there. I built a giant... we got a spot, and I built I built a soundproof booth, mostly. It ended up not being soundproof enough that people could get into and preserve their memories. And I built it like the Preserver Temple of Kirok in one of the episodes. And people would go into the booth and sit in front of my little camera and share their memories of what Star Trek means to them. And they put us right on the main concourse, right next to this $75,000 attraction that they built for the 50th anniversary, right in the middle, which had actors on it performing every hour, and a huge sound system, and that totally blew out everything that we were trying to do. It ruined every bit of audio that we recorded, and because they were using copyrighted music, every bit of our footage and audio was ruined because their audio was in the background, and you couldn't erase it. So we got a copyright infringement on everything. All of it unusable. We documented the 50th anniversary and they ruined it. We asked them, we begged them, please turn it down. Just a little bit. Because it was just dominating our soundproofing. And they did for like 20 minutes, and then somebody got a bug up their butt, and they turned the sound back up. So, oh well, I was there. So that's all that matters. And, it was a lot of fun. And again, I was glad I was there I wasn't there selling anything. I I had a vendor, the vendor space, but I wasn't selling anything. I was just there to have a great time with everybody in the Star Trek community and try to do something nice by preserving, as a preserver, preserving people's memories. I was also part of online radio at that time, UFP Media, and we did live radio for Star Trek Online, and it was a lot of it was in character radio. So when you're playing an MMO, we want to make it immersive for you and add to your MMO experience. So with our radio channel, you know, again, we try to encourage everybody to role play their DJ role and try to make the Star Trek universe feel more alive. A lot of people found that incredibly hard to do. See what I mean about the taxiing taking a long time? We're almost there, though. We're at R1 now. As soon as he gets us lined up, we'll switch off the AI. But that's the best reason to have your AI for taxiing. I chose to go this route to Kansas City tonight and not fly us over mountains because in the middle of the day today, air traffic control flew us into a mountain. I had to switch off the autopilot and make
112 tree altimeter tree 0 tree 1 wind 232 at 6. Cleared for takeoff runway 26.
What was the altimeter? 30 what? 3031. All right, your altimeter setting is right here. .3031. All right, so now that we're out here on the runway, as soon as he turns, turn off the autopilot. Hit the brakes. Whoa. Huh. Hit the brakes. Yeah, it's... I didn't switch him off fast enough. Oops. It's okay. It's dark. Nobody's watching except the tower people and you. All right. 7,000 feet is put in. I think if I'm missing anything. Turn off my flashlight. I think we're good. Okay. While you're here, Rent-A-Cows popped back into the chat. Okay, what I did is I set Skyvector up on this monitor. Okay. So that I could switch back and forth between it and Flight Simulator without any problem. So I got that done. I had what else did I have? I had Bushtalk Radio set up. Same thing. Let me see if I've got us on here now. It's showing where we're at. Yeah, good. It shows us in Denver. No, it's got us in Colorado Springs. Okay, so again, if I click, everything's going right back. So I think we're good. And anything else that I don't want up, I've got on the other monitor now. All right, so we're logged into Bushtalk. And that should update our position in here to Denver. And there we are. Sitting on runway 6 or 8 or whatever.
Continental Airlines Flight 1404 was a Continental Airlines flight from Denver International Airport in Denver, Colorado, to George Bush Intercontinental Airport in Houston, Texas. On Saturday, December 20, 2008, around 1818 local time, after being cleared for takeoff on runway 34 at Denver International Airport, the Boeing 737-524 aircraft veered off the side of the runway before taxiway dub C from the threshold, skidded across the taxiway and a service road, and crashed in a 40-foot deep ravine several hundred yards from the runway.
Here's 34.
Fire, and the fire spread to the fuselage. Despite early confusion as to the whereabouts of Flight 1404, firefighters were on scene relatively quickly, as the aircraft came to rest near one of the airport's 4 firehouses.
Glitched.
When they arrived, most of the right side of the plane was on fire.
Thing glitched on me. That's sad. Okay. Alright, so what do you think, Rent-A-Cow? Is that much better? Hey, Twitch Gibby. That is new. I've not seen you before. Hello, Bello. Let me go to your channel and subscribe. Twitchy Gibby. Twitch Gibby. Alright, I've got you subscribed. Alright. I closed the wrong window. There's 140. We can probably rotate now. Put us in the climb.
Kenny is 112 contact Denver departure on 127.05.
Continental Airlines Flight 1404 was a Continental Airlines flight from Denver International Airport in Denver, Colorado, to George Bush Intercontinental Airport in Houston, Texas.
Alright, that's playing again, so let me turn that off.
2008, around 1818 local time, after being cleared for takeoff on runway 34 at Denver International Airport, the Boeing 730...
There we go. Alright, let me switch on our autopilot. This is where things went wrong last time. And it put us into the ground. I think we're going to be alright this time. Let's put it into auto throttle. Flaps are up.
Kenny is 112 tree. You are 1,300 feet above your assigned altitude.
Yes, I know. Thank you.
Descend and maintain 7,000 feet, altimeter tree 0.1.
Thank you. Will do. Yeah, I accidentally closed the chat window. Sorry about that. Coming back. Pop out chat. There we go. Okay, this is a... It is a USB mic, but it's a condenser. So the analog ones are more digital And a condenser mic is more old school, like it's got the disc in it. So a condenser mic is a more professional mic. In this case, it was one of those ones I got from like Guitar World or whatever for vocals. It's supposed to be a vocal microphone. This was one of the very first USB condensers that Samson, I want to say Samson. Either way, this was one of the first. Now, all of them, you can pretty much get any of them now as a USB, but this is very old now. But a lot of it has to do with the OBS setup. There's plenty of gentlemen on YouTube and ladies that do tutorials on how to get the best voice.
Known as Deer is an international airport
One moment.
in the United States, primarily serving metropolitan Denver, Colorado, as well as the Greater Front Range urban corridor. At 33,531 acres, 52.4
Oh, the Blue Mustang.
35.7 square kilometers, it is the largest airport in North America.
We have a problem.
Mustang, and known to locals by the nickname Blucifer, is a cast fiberglass sculpture of a Mustang located at Denver International Airport. Colored bright blue,
Listen to this.
glowing red eyes, it is notable both for its striking appearance and for having killed its creator.
It killed its
A
creator.
section of it fell on him at his studio. Blue Mustang was commissioned in 1992 for $300,000 and was not erected at Deer until 2008. Like most public art in Denver, the statue was paid for by developers, who since 1988 have been required to contribute 1% of the cost of major capital projects to public art in the city. The original proposal had been for a sculpture of a buffalo stampede, but this was deemed inappropriate since buffalo had been hunted to near extinction in the West. So, Jimenez proposed a Mustang, a symbol of the West and an early method of long-distance travel. The piece was partly modeled on Jimenez's own Appaloosa stallion, Blackjack, a horse he bought in fulfillment of a childhood desire after becoming a successful artist. Prior to creating the 32-foot Blue Mustang, Jimenez completed 5 similar horse sculptures at a smaller scale. 4 are held in private collections, but the 8-foot Mistenio, which was completed in 1997 and served as 1/4 model for the 32-foot sculpture, has been part of the University of Oklahoma's public collection since 1998.
All right, so there's a gentleman on YouTube I was saying before, she talked about Blucifer, the horse that they erected at Denver International Airport. So Denver International Airport has a lot of crazy conspiracy theories and stuff with it. People are like, it's an illuminist place, it's a satanic place. Then you see that horse with the glowing red eyes and it's painted blue, and it's creepy, man. But yeah, as you heard, the guy that was building it and making the statue piece broke off and killed him. They sacrificed him? Now, I'm not saying that's true at all. At all. But it's almost the feeling you get with everything else that's creepy with Denver International Airport. That is the creepiest airport ever, folks. I don't know what it is. The murals are creepy. Things, little tiles embedded in the floors. Every now and then you'll come across one, you're like, that's creepy. The murals especially. And then they have like a talking gargoyle that talks about the Illuminati, and there's supposed to be secret bases underneath the airport and secret tunnels and secret passageways and tramways, and it's crazy. If you ever find yourself at Denver International on a, with a little bit of a layover, or make sure that you plan a layover of an hour or two so you can walk around the place. Creepy. So yeah, Epos Vox does, I think, one of the best tutorials there is on YouTube on how to get the best sound with a condenser mic or whatever mic you have, and use the filters, built-in OBS to get the best sound. You know who else has got a great microphone? Because you're not allowed to say anything even slightly sexist these days. You can't say anything. Or, that's sexist, that's chauvinistic, that's whatever. It's definitely not 1960s or 70s anymore, so you just can't come out and say, you know Jane, the community manager for Microsoft Flight Simulator, Jane does all the, she's the lady you always hear in the background at all the developer live streams. She's the one kind of like moderating everything. And you just can't say, damn, Jane sounds so hot. Jane is actually pretty darn hot. But you can't say it. And you can't say, damn, she sounds hot. But you can't say, man, her microphone sounds so hot. She's got the best settings. Her settings turn me on. You can say that. But even then, that's weird. All right, I was mentioning earlier, there is a way to, well, it used to be, there is a way to try to fly this thing to a VOR. All right, let's see if I can, one way to find out which VORs are nearby, we can go to our VFR map. Okay.
123, contact Denver Center on 125.905. Good day.
So TXC is up ahead, okay.
Kenny is 112 tree Denver, center altimeter tree 0.2 tree radar contact, continue.
So if we go to Skyvector, and we zoom out and find TXC, close this. Okay, here it is. Here's TXC. 112.9. Well, that's cool. You can get it from in here now. This thing used to just be dead and not provide anything. But look, when you click on VORs now, you get the frequencies. 1129. All right.
112 tree contact Denver Center on 133.905. Good day.
So I go to radio. We're in radio.
Kenny is 112 tree Denver, center altimeter tree 0.24 radar contact, continue.
112.9, right? Put it into VOR. Not allowed. 112. Was it 90? 112. Oh boy. Clear. 0.90. Okay. So it's now in there. And if we switch to, it's been a while. Got to remember how to do this. Put this on VOR. Put this over on this. And we'll set the course heading on it. It's set to 0 at the moment. So let's change it to 90. They punch in 90. All right. So it's going the general direction. So basically you can see, as I'm reading this, it's actually saying it is, okay, so there's north here. So it's saying it's actually a little bit south of us to get to the 90. But let's see if we can go off the autopilot now and have it track this. We have to come up here into... or just turn on localizer. See what it does. See if the plane moves. Yeah, that's all you got to do is hit the localizer button. Okay, so now it's going to try to get to the 90 radial for the Thurman TXC VOR and fly the 90 east. It's showing you a bit north of the inbound 90 degrees. Yep, exactly. And that, well, what I said is it was south of us, but yeah, absolutely. VOR2 didn't used to not work. I don't know that it does work now, but you couldn't put in 2 VORs at once and do a triangulation, but we'll see what we can get. Let's find another one. The Golden. So Golden is 1151. And we'll set this one for 300. See if we get a second one. Yeah, we do now. But it doesn't look like it's set to 300. And it is displayed, and we are on VOR. That's neat, though. Let me try changing the course to something else, like 180. But that's cool, though. I'm sure maybe in one of the more study level ones, hopefully they both work. But again, that's something I haven't really spent a whole lot of time doing in the airliners course, but I messed around a little bit when learning navigation, when they were talking about triangulation. How to use 2 VORs to find a spot in space. So you have 2 VORs going and you have 2 course needles set to, you know, create an X in the air, and you fly to where the 2 radials meet. It's triangulation. So as you can see, if you're 1 dot north of the track, then you're like 4 miles off track or something like that. Hey, something just happened. What happened? Terry Kirkpatrick just subscribed. Far out. Terry, you're not showing up in my chat room. Please say hi so I can easily click on your name and go to your channel and subscribe back. Please say hello or leave a smiley face emoji or something. It just makes it so easy for me to click on your name and go to your channel and hit subscribe. Other than that, I have to wait for your name to show up in my subscriber box. And then I have to hunt you, I have to type in your name and search for you to go to your channel and then subscribe that way. I'd rather do it this way. All right, so let's say we wanted to now fly the Thurman to 120. Let me change in the course to 120 and plug that in on the course on this side. You're going to see the arrow change. Okay, so now the plane is going to turn to intercept the 120 radial. It was more exciting the other night putting on rain. At least we had a visual light show that was really nice. Let me go ahead and switch on some rain or something. Gives us something. It breaks up the monotony of just the black sky. Turn off live weather. We had a good time the other night with flying with Llama Drama Farmer. Or was it Storm? I think we had Storm. All right, so we're now turning to get onto the 120 radial from THX. Okay, this could be the 90 for VOR2. I'm not entirely sure, or maybe this one. I don't know. There's 30. No, this one's almost on the 90. I don't know. I don't. All right, well, we better get back on our flight plan. So let me turn off the localizer. This should switch it back over to autopilot. Our flight plan. Oops, auto throttle, turn that back on. Turn off localizer and go back to our plan. We shouldn't be that far off our plan. Nope.
Kenya's 112 tree, please expedite your climb 7,000 feet.
I thought we were at 7. We are at 7, so we're having a... Okay, this is another problem I have. Right here, wherever we're at, I don't have the current ATIS. And they're telling me that I'm not at 7,000 feet. But I'm at 7,000 feet. So I have either missed an altimeter change, or I'm at a place where it's changed and now I can't pull up an ATIS. Let me go to request clearance. We forgot to file this with the airport.
112 tree is cleared to Kansas City Airport as filed. Squawk 1206.
Squawk 1206, already there.
Kenya's 112 tree, read back correct.
Yep.
Radar contact 6,600 feet. Altimeter 29er, 2 turn right heading 08.
Okay.
Proceed on course climb and maintain 14,000 feet.
Okay. So, it is. We're at 2992. Standard pressure. Okay. And so that's going to fix our altitude problem, and they want us up to 14,000. Let's go into the storm. 2,500 feet per minute. Yeah, insane storm, and we missed the ILS. And,
Kenya's 112 tree, contact Denver Center on 1 tree 2.7. Good day.
132.7.
123 Denver Center altimeter 29er, 2 radar contact. Continue.
All right. 11,000. Ken, if we do a shared cockpit flight sometime, I'll show you how to do the descent planning manually with no light, computer, or nothing. Far out. Fantastic. That would be much appreciated. Oh, yeah. That is something I want to point out what I learned last live stream from Rent-A-Cow to think about. And that is our minimums. I've never really done minimums, okay? But let me show you. And it's based on this, it's not very hard at all. For this one, anyway. All right, so we're going to be coming in at runway 27, right? So I pull up the chart, and he told us to look at the very bottom of the chart for our runway, and we're a light category pretty much. So ILS 27. So 1,227 feet, or 200 feet from the off the runway. This is the minimum to turn off your autopilot, to disengage the autopilot. I usually rate till about 100 feet, but and I do that just standard on everything. I've never really followed these minimums, but now I have a general ballpark of where they want you to turn your autopilot off. Might as well make it a little bit darker in here, a little bit more creepy. Let's turn off the dome light. Come on. The very first time I started doing night flights, with or without a storm, just pitch black. So unnerving. Wasn't digging it at all. And especially flying the other direction, flying anywhere near the mountains. As you see, air traffic control will fly you into a mountain and not think twice about it. And if you can't see the mountains, and if you're not really good with your maps and know exactly where you're at and how high the peaks are around you, that's just a recipe for disaster. So flying at night around the mountains is a real scary thing to do. And I've watched plenty of those airport crash videos where they talk about
Contact Denver Center on 1.2.5.
The worst airline traffic accidents we've had in the United States.
Kenny is 112 Denver Center altimeter 29.9 radar contact. Continue.
You know, and hearing stories about pilots getting turned around in the mountains, flying smack into the middle of a mountain. It's going to be so nice to fly if they do the shared cockpit stuff. That is going to be the best thing. And they're really concerned right now with getting people trained. They really, they really want to inspire the next generation to learn how to fly. And they really are worried that in the next 20 years, we're not going to have enough people to operate a lot of these complex infrastructures like flying. And so having shared cockpit it's worth its weight in gold, because it does allow younger people to fly with older people with lots of experience, or for older people to fly with younger people with lots of experience. And I know that sounds kind of weird, but I was learning how to do ILS landings years ago when I first started wanting to know how to do it. And I couldn't get my head around it, and I would practice it, and I couldn't figure it out. And I was thumbing through videos on somebody to show me visually, show me on a YouTube video how to do it. And I saw like how to stick the perfect ILS landing, so I clicked on it, and it was a 10-year-old kid. A 10-year-old British kid was giving, and it's still on YouTube. And he was giving the tutorial on how to do an ILS landing. And I was so upset with myself because This 10-year-old kid is schooling me. And it doesn't really matter the age of the person. If they're schooling you, they're schooling you. But it inspired me at that point to get it. And it's inspired me every day since. Anytime I think anything is hard, I know that there's a 10-year-old kid who's done a YouTube video on it and has schooled us all. So yeah, it's going to be nice. Like The Apprentice, you know, the old Apprentice days, you get to take somebody under your wing and you can really help them out. And again, that's going to be a big boon for, potentially a big boon for people training up the young kids growing up. And us old farts that want to keep learning. Nice moon. Somebody in the forums was asking, when are you going to let me land on the moon? They already want that component. They already want the space shuttle. That's cool. I'm going to take this opportunity to run back to the compartment behind the cockpit here and grab a drink. I am mighty parched. So please excuse me for 1 to 2 minutes while I go grab us a beverage. Wrong game, that's Kerbal. That's so weird. My wife lit some incense, and it smells just like shaving cream. I'll be right back. Smells just like shaving cream. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I really look forward to flying with people with lots of really good experience. I really want to just be a co-pilot for a while. I want to do all those things. I want to practice all those things. I would like to work my way up to being able to speak air traffic control and not be nervous. I'm terrified of it. Everybody's like, go do VATSIM. I don't want to do VATSIM. I'm terrified of those people. I'm terrified of the idea of doing it. I would rather buy a program that you can download for MSFS to where you can speak to an AI and practice that way. But they're like, just listen to lots of hours worth of AI traffic and you'll get it. Write it down and copy it. And you're right. That's the best way to do it. Listen to them talk. Take lots of notes and practice it. Practice repeating what they're saying. Even in this, whenever my radio guy is talking to ATC, I'm trying to get into the habit of thinking about what they're saying. But in VATSIM, it's an entirely different beast. But that's something I would like to do this year. The milestone points of learning in this year. I don't think I'd mind if they put in the space shuttle. I'd like to fly that. You're right, though. Now we're going into Kerbal territory. Let's see if there's anything out on the Bushtalk in our vicinity that might be fun to listen to. I really wish we could use the radio aspect of Bushtalk. It would be such a hoot. In the United States, maybe not so much, but when you're traveling around to different areas in the world, after our community flying the other day, I was listening to all kinds of Swedish.
Kinney is 112 tree. You are 1,000 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain
Really?
14,000 feet, altimeter 29.92.
That's interesting. 2992, which we're set at 14,000. Okay, so it says we're descending. So let me pull it again. Auto throttle switched off. What's up with auto throttle? Auto throttle switched off. What? All right. Well, I'm not sure how to toggle that.
Please expedite your climb 14,000 feet.
Expedite doesn't work, so they'll just have to wait. So as I was saying, the radio component of Bushtalk Radio is a hoot. So I'll risk it and I'll play like 10 seconds and hopefully I don't get a copyright violation. But you click the radio button down here and it scans and tries to pull up whatever's near. Nothing. We had one. KVOQ. So that's the only one in range. It's only latching onto that one. KVOQ again. All right. Anyway, so yeah, traveling around Sweden. Half the time they were playing English songs with English singers. You could understand the lyrics. And then the other half were Swedish songs. And they were just as good. The music coming out over there, fantastic. It doesn't matter that I couldn't understand what they were saying. Their music rocks. I'm like, I'm cool. The American music sounds great. But their music sounds excellent. Excellent, excellent. All right, where are we? We are here. So the only nearest waypoints were down here, and that was Monument Rocks. We visited that the other day. I still don't believe that that thing is a naturally occurring formation. It's too strange. And here's another one in Kansas, Castle Rock, Kansas, another limestone pillar. This one's more clay sedimentation. But all the walls are like equally thick. It doesn't look natural. That just looks like it could be natural. Okay, what did we just pass up here? Shirley Opera House.
The Shirley Opera House, located at 503 Main Street in Atwood, Kansas, was built in 1907. It is an early commercial-style building that has served as a theater and as a department store. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2007. It was deemed significant for historical association with entertainment in the community and for its architecture. Its NRHP nomination noted that its construction coincided with the building of the Rawlins County Courthouse, the creation of permanent sidewalks, and the establishment of a public waterworks. The commercial block building style combined with elegant Victorian detailing established it as a building of merit, meant to bring distinction and permanence to a community that had recently celebrated 25 years of existence. Its upstairs area served the community for political rallies, graduations, dances, and debates, as well as for musicals and traveling road shows. The main floor area was used by various commercial businesses. The building is the sole surviving commercial building of its era in Atwood that has not been significantly altered.
That place right behind us, right here, it's called Dresden. So strange after we get on the terrain, after we modify these squares for farms and everything, how it looks like a patchwork of a quilt work. It doesn't look, and homogeneous. It all looks like puzzle pieces all thrown together. That is a long river. Continuous river running all the way out there. Decatur County. Lenora Municipal Airfield. Lenora, Kansas. Norton County. Norton County, Graham County. There's a wildlife area over here. Not a lot of sightseeing along the way. What's over here? A basilica.
The Basilica of St. Fidelis, commonly known as the Cathedral of the Plains, is a Romanesque-style Roman Catholic parish church in Victoria, Kansas, United States. It was
That's
added to the
cool.
status of a minor basilica in 2014 and is also known as the Basilica of the Plains. The twin towers are 141 feet tall. The church was built between 1908 and 1911. The architect was John T. Combs of Pittsburgh, with modifications and supervision by architect Joseph Marshall of Topeka. According to the church history, each member of the church who was 12 or older was asked to give $45, haul 6 wagon loads of fence-post limestone and 4 loads of sand each year until the church was built. Some families brought as many as 70 to 80 wagon loads of stone. Wow,
That'd be an interesting place to visit. Very pretty. That's dedication, man. When you're dedicated to the church like that, 70 to 80 wagon loads of stone. Hays, Kansas. I got a ticket here for speeding. On I-70. Yep, right here. I used to go to school. I used to go to college at the Kansas City Art Institute, and I'm from Colorado Springs, as you may know. And so yeah, I would usually go pick up a friend or two in Denver that I was going to college with, and then we cruise on 170, I-70 all the way out to Kansas City, and that's like a 10-hour drive. So the desire to put your foot down, it's there. And when you think you have a giant open stretch of road and you're in the clear, chances are you're not. So yeah, I got a couple of tickets on this road, on this highway. Just, you know, at least try to shorten it to 8 hours instead of 10 hours. Worst thunderstorm, worst lightning electrical storm I was ever in was coming back on this road on I-70. I thought for sure I was going to get de-resed any second. There was lightning strikes every 5 seconds. There was a lightning flash every 5 seconds. And they were all around me in every direction. And I thought it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of any second now. I'm going to get de-resed. And luckily I wasn't, but man, that was terrifying. Our next landmark's not going to be until Ellsworth over here. Port Harker. Mushroom Rock. Canopolis Lake. Salina Stockade.
The Salina Stockade was built in Salina, Kansas, to provide the residents with protection from the American Indians in the area, many of whom were hostile toward white settlement. Salina had been raided in 1862 by Native Americans and then Confederate guerrillas, but it was not until May 1864 when residents decided they needed to build a stockade for protection. On May 17, 1864, a makeshift stockade, consisting of wagons placed in a circle around the town's flagpole, was erected. The local militia then drilled and guarded Salina. On the northeast corner of 7th Street and Iron Avenue stood a small building. Around this a permanent stockade was erected in May and June 1864.
Just the last fading bits of light. Trying to make it a little bit creepy. That was it. We've got some ice building up on the wings. Thought we turned on the ice, the de-icing stuff. It is on. Alright, so de-icing is on. Yeah, sure. Let's see here. You got a fast link for me? Make it easy on me to just go to it? Or I have to go to your page and... Let me open up YouTube. All right. Somebody's doing a live full flight. Captain Morpheus is flying tonight. He posted the video link in Discord. Aye. That's funny. It didn't pop up as a notification. Scary. Scary. What are you in here?
Contact Kansas City Center on 124.4.
Looks like you're in one of the... I don't know.
112 tree Kansas City Center altimeter 29er.9er 2 radar contact. Continue.
Are you in your DC? There's Lucla down there, over here. Oh, I see Lucla's down there. I was looking over here. Oh, so high. What a steep angle. And you're probably doing it by the book. You're probably doing like the 3 degree.
Tree contact Kansas City Center on 1 tree 4.9er.
But it seems so high.
Kenny is 112.
Ah, fast.
29er.9er 2 radar contact.
on the marker though, right on the center line. And very little rolling. So let me rewind that a little bit and take a good look at the instruments while I'm... No, not that view. Full view. Go back to here. I can't really zoom in too much on the controls, but you're only doing, it looks like 82 knots. Could be wrong. Maybe that's like 64 knots. It's hard for me to read. Go full screen. Even then, it's still a little bit difficult for me to read. 60 knots? But very little speed. And at the moment of touchdown, right there, just above the stall. And again, you're not rolling far at all, which is nice. You've got that nice incline to help you. Great. Let me put a star on this. Go back out. Love that song. I wish we could share videos while we were doing stuff like this. I don't understand why YouTube hasn't worked it out to where, you know, we can be in a live stream, but yet we can still, you know, enjoy ourselves a little bit and have a little bit of fun and, you know, play things like Alison Moyer. That's one of the douchebags from Colorado. He might be a good guy. I don't know. Just any politician there. That was a great landing, sir. Lucla is very difficult. I don't know that I've ever stuck Lucla. I don't know. I don't recall. I don't believe I have, though. Get back to our... Where'd my chat go? Chat. Hear how I'm adjusting my rate of descent with the throttle. Nose stays fixed with the little flare. No, you know, I really, I wasn't listening to the engine, to be honest. Really wasn't. But you're adjusting your You're ready to descent with the throttle. Nose stays fixed. Just a little flare. You calling in tonight? All right. Did you have fun? All right. Yeah, you stuck it. You stuck it perfect. I think luckily was the first one of the first landing challenges put into the simulator. Wow, and we're still building up ice. Usually it's really good about cleaning the ice off right away. It used to be, you turn it on, it was gone. But it's not interfering with anything. That looks interesting. I brought up the lights a little bit. It was getting a little too boring. But normally you know that when you're icing, the first indication that you're building up ice is this here, your speed indicator. This will start bouncing up and down really fast. This will start bouncing all over the place. This might start bouncing all over the place, but it's usually here. This will start bouncing up and down and up and down and up and down really fast. And you think it's a glitch, and it's not. Look outside, chances are you got ice. But as you see, we've got all of our anti-ice on. Oh, I forgot to turn off the landing lights. And we don't need our taxi lights. Red Baron at 12,900, at 1,296 feet. C-170. Renacast says ignition can be set to continuous when flying in icing. Protects the engine against flameouts. Ignition can be set to continuous. So, you mean down here in your starter? Like leaving this in start? So that's our ignition right there. Some airlines always have the ignition on no matter what. They're cheap to replace. Nice. So that's what I'm figuring is what you're saying here is leaving the ignition here in the start position. So it's always on. And that protects the engines against flameouts. It's interesting. Make sure everything's still stabilized here. Again, I apologize for the lack of visuals this evening. I haven't been racking up a lot of night hours. In your pilot logbook, it tracks your night hour flying as much as anything else it tracks. And I just have not been putting in any night hours. I normally, in the past, I wouldn't even stream my night hours because, yeah, there's nothing to see in most cases. Unless you got a really clear night, good clean skies, and, you know, the stars to look at. Other than that, yeah, it's just sitting here hoping some good friends come into the chat room to hang out with you like you guys do. I really appreciate it, by the way. But yeah, I haven't really done night hours for the last year, probably. Thank you, Captain. Aye, aye. Ice all over our rudder.
Tree contact Kansas City Center on 127.35.
12.3. Going to 12.35. Right? No.
Kansas City Center altimeter 29.9 radar contact continue.
See what I mean? I don't know. I spent some money on a program where I was supposed to talk to air traffic control, or they were supposed to add it in or something, and I ended up blowing some money on Steam, and then they wanted me to like buy a deluxe edition to get the voice package, and I just didn't do it. It's an air traffic controller. You actually use the voice commands as an air traffic control person and move people around. And you get to learn ATC from their point of view. That's got to be really interesting too. On YouTube in the last 24 hours, they put up a near collision over, I want to say in Missouri. But anyway, the last 24 hours on YouTube, somebody put up a near air collision. And I think it was something like a small Cessna that was encroaching an airport. But you had two airplanes coming in from the flying west that he was trying to redirect. And then you had two large airliners coming in for a landing. So you had basically four airplanes in the vicinity. And then this other little tiny plane, I guess, encroached in the area. And this air traffic controller guy is rerouting people as fast as he can. It's fast. And then the pilots, too, they're on it. As soon as he's routing, they're moving. They're like on it. And everybody is just moving and turning and moving and turning. And he's trying to get people moved out of the way. And then people either slowing down or sped up or getting lined up for the runway. And it was within 1,000 feet. One of the planes coming in for landing. They were within 1,000 feet of each other. Doesn't sound like that, but doesn't sound like that much. But today we were within 1,000 feet of the top of a mountain that the air traffic controller was trying to fly me into. May not sound like a lot, but when you're looking at it, that's too close for comfort. I did hear about the Navy jet that crashed near Mount Rainier a few days ago. I didn't find out whether there were fatalities. I thought it was one or more Navy pilots. Usually they have I don't know what type of plane it was. I wanted to say it was like an F-14 or F-15. So they usually have the pilot and then his, whatever they call the guy in the back seat. Or say bingo. But I don't know. Rango, Django. So hopefully there were no fatalities. Hopefully everybody ejected just fine. And, you know, planes can be replaced as much as they cost these days. But who cares? I hope everybody was safe. Yeah, news report of near miss. I watched that for dinner tonight before with Christine, and she has no idea what she's listening to with air traffic control, and I'm trying to explain what's going on. And I'm like, just basically look at this guy on the map. This guy, he's the guy that's causing all the problems, and the air traffic control is trying to get everybody else out of the way. They still haven't found the two crew. It was an electronic warfare variation of the F-18. I wonder if that's what they were doing. Well, who knows? I mean, you could, anything. But since you specifically mentioned, and since they're specifically mentioning that it was an electronic warfare, I wonder if that's what they were practicing. Electronic warfare stuff. Oh, but Mount Rainier, too, that automatically adds the creepy factor to it. Because Mount Rainier is the beginnings, or basically in modern times, the beginnings of the UFO phenomenon in the United States. Phenomenon. Phenomenon. Ken Arnold was the pilot flying around Mount Rainier that described seeing the first unidentified flying objects in the United States. Those crescent-shaped, diamond-shaped. The way he drew them up and described them, those were badass. They looked like bat wings. We've never seen anything since that. No UFOs ever looked like the UFOs that Ken Arnold described over Mount Rainier. Those were badass. They look like they look like bat wings almost, but like reverse. You know, they got the crescent shape, but then they've got these hooks and these curves in them, and then like a diamond cockpit. Ass. Yeah, Mount Rainier. Yeah, there you go too. Bigfoot. The $6 Million Man, the UFO connection, and Bigfoot, and Mount Rainier, and I saw it once. We drove by it as a kid, and it's one of those ones. It's different. I mean, I've seen a lot of mountains, but yeah, it just kind of looks magnificent. It looks majestic, but at the same time, creepy. The Horton Flying Wing. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of the Ken Arnold UFO. Kenneth Arnold.
Kinney is 112 tree. You are 86 miles west. Keep speed not above 210 knots. Expect ILS runway 27 approach via MERP transition. Clear to MERP.
It wasn't a diamond shape, but that doesn't look like a glass cockpit at all. That looks like a gem of some kind. But see what I mean? Like a bat wing, or it looks like one of those things that Batman throws. Some UFO, you look at them and you're like, that looks so man-made. When you look at that thing, you don't know. Most UFO I see, I look at them like, I can see rivets. That's one of ours. We've made that. That's ours. But this one, no idea where this could have come from. But yeah, this is the gentleman that pretty much kicked it off in the United States. They really weren't talking about UFOs, and I think because of him, that's where we even came up with UFO, unidentified flying object. Yeah, exactly. No seams, no exhaust.
Decimal 8. Good day. Kinney is 112 tree, Kansas City, center altimeter 29 or decimal 9 or 2 radar contact. Continue to MERP.
We're at MERP already? Oh, good. All right. Let's zoom in on our flight plan. Let's go down here and move through our flight plan. What's going on here? What did I forgot to insert? So you're saying his original report was a saucer, and then the drawing for the Batwing looking one came out later? Well, he's standing there holding it. He's not going, this ain't it. Interesting. Okay, the initial description had the flying saucer description, and that's where we came up with the term flying saucer. Something like that, how those terms became common vernacular. Hey, Llama Drama, you have a good night and good luck with your studies. You take care. Have a great rest of your weekend. And good luck with your studies. Got a little bit of time left. Let's see if there's a... Manhattan, Kansas. I partied there when I was in college. A buddy of mine lived out here, so took a weekend off and drove over to Manhattan. Hung out there. The Equality House? Yeah, okay. Kansas State Capitol. That's a big lake. Perry Lake. Perry Lake Recreational Area. Very nice. That is a huge lake. I love living where I live, and we do have a lot of lakes around us. Take me a little time to get to them, but I really, really wish I lived much, much closer to a body of water. I was just talking to a friend of mine. He's rewatching The $6 Million Man right now.
Kinney is 112 tree. Descend and maintain 5,300 feet.
5'3". And we were talking about Bigfoot the other day, those series, those episodes. I don't remember them too much. I never understood it. I never understood what was going on. I never understood that it was aliens and the Bigfoot was a robot, and they never really explained it. I really, though, wish they would remake The $6 Million Man right now. And now $6 million doesn't seem like... I mean, you don't even... They get more to make a movie now. You get $40 million to start with to make a movie these days. So $6 million is like, man, that's not even the Avengers budget for special effects. But the $6 Million Man was badass, man. So I really wish they would remake it. And the reason why I would want them to remake it is I've read the synopsis of the other books that the gentleman wrote in the series. And as I understand it, I don't know if they're continuation stories about Steve Austin or the $6 Million Man himself, but like they're interfacing humans with spaceships and stuff. I don't even know that they have their bodies, or they're hooking their bodies into spaceships and controlling spaceships and stuff. And it's really hard to get your hands on the original novels that he wrote. They're not in print anymore, and I don't know why. How could those books not be in print anymore? Or at least you can't get them on print on demand even. So I would want somebody to redo the $6 Million Man series and do all of the novels and show us what he had in mind with linking humans into machines, and the hell he was talking about, linking them into satellites and things in outer space. Big wetlands at the north of that lake might be a good spot to fly a bush plane. Absolutely. There's enough space out there. I'm sure you could. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nothing out here anyway here too. And if you really had to put it down, I don't think the marsh would be that bad. but a lot of good open space out there, not worrying about hitting people's houses like down in here. Yeah, something like this, living on a body of water, that close to a body of water, where you could just walk out, go throw a pole in, get a boat, just jump in. Hell, man, just wake up in the morning, get your coffee, set it down, and just fall in. All right, still making our descent. We're at 7,001. And I heard I was talking about Mark Wahlberg earlier. I watched one of his movies tonight. And Mark Wahlberg was supposed to be redoing the $6 Million Man, and then I haven't heard, and that was years ago, and I haven't heard anything from them since. So that's one I'd like them to make. If they don't turn around and do, you know, sometimes they'll like take something like that and they'll make it a comedy. I don't expect that he would do that, but you never know. You know, they'll turn it into a parody and then not give you the goods. Another one that I've been waiting for them to make since I was a little kid is a good Conan series. I would love a Conan series that sticks to the books. I would really like to see Robert E. Howard's stuff come to life. And just once in life, I would love to see a Tarzan that also sticks to the books. They always kind of start good, but then they go off the rails and they bear no resemblance to the original books at all. Greystoke was a perfect example. It started out and it was following the book, and you get to Darno, and then everything goes right out the window. And the latest movie, I don't even want to talk about the latest movie.
123 contact international approach on 120.905. Good day.
Same with the latest Conan movie that they tried to make with
Kinney is 1123 international approach altimeter 29
with Aquaman,
contact. Continue to MERP.
Jason Momoa. Just crap, man. I mean, it was okay for what it was, but it, you know, that could have been any fantasy movie. It's just, it didn't feel like a Conan movie. And then, you know, the only good Conan movie so far in my life has been the original one with Arnold Schwarzenegger. And then the second one just sucked. It went from Dino De Laurentiis down to Rafaela De Laurentiis and just sucked. It's like they hired some 13-year-old kid who plays D&D to make that one. I kind of know where they were going, but it sucked. Came down from rated R to PG-13. You can't do that with Conan. Have you ever had that experience in your life? Just a favorite book or a favorite series, and you've just been wanting them to make a movie, and if they ever do, they just totally botch it? For the people that have come in tonight and subscribed and not said hello, and again, I'm sorry I'm doing a night flight and there's nothing to see. But I need to build back up some of my nighttime flying hours. So thank you for coming in though, and have a great weekend. Don't forget, if you haven't purchased Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 yet, and money's tight, make sure that you were signed up into the Microsoft reward points thing. Okay? Every day you can earn up to like 200 points, and then if you use Bing to search for things and other things, you accumulate points by doing searches and other things. Okay, so it's really easy to accumulate points. And every 1,000 is $1. And 1,000 seems like a lot, but it's not. Again, 200 points a day, if you really work at it. Even if not, if you just, want to do it kind of passively over time. I had enough points built up, I got a $50 discount off. I got $50 worth of gift cards for the Microsoft Store. So if you haven't purchased yet and you're not in any hurry, you're like, I'm going to hold off for a while. Then grind the hell out of those points, man. Give yourself a discount. And if you don't have any, prepare for the future. For items that you want to buy in the marketplace down the road, and for potentially any new releases of Microsoft Flight Simulator in the future. So, good pilots are always prepared, like Boy Scouts. So get those reward points working for you. Cover the cost of all the planes that you want and cover the cost of any future upgrades. I've been seeing a lot of negativity in the chat room about the prices. How come we as Microsoft Flight Simulator 2000 purchasers don't get a discount on 2024? What? When has that ever happened with any piece of software?
112 tree descend and maintain 4,800 feet. Keep speed not above 180 knots.
So, come on. Stop being silly and redeem some points. And the standard edition is only $69 anyway. I can't even listen to people talk and complain about negativity anymore. And not that I'm a super fanboy. It's just that when you watch all the live streams and you hear all that is...
112 tree contact Kansas City Center on 125.55.
When you hear everything that's going to be new in 2024, and you hear all the effort that's going into it.
Center altimeter 29.9er, 2 radar contact.
299. Okay. And then people are complaining about the price or whatever they're complaining about. It's like, are you serious? I can't even listen anymore. I talk to the hand. I'm not going to agree with you. Oh, the graphics don't look as good. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, the clouds don't look as good. You don't know what you're talking about.
1-2 tree climb and maintain 4,300 feet.
Hi. I'm ashamed to say I had some doubts over the alpha. Like, oh, well, where's the SIDS and the stars? And they don't make it easy to do SIDS and stars. And then I watched the developer presentation 2 nights ago. Yeah, but the only doubt I had, it answered. And I felt really dumb because I've always been, look, trust him. I trust him. I trust him. And I felt stupid for even doubting. What they're doing is incredible. Stuff that's never been done before. They're pioneering so many new things that have never, ever been done before. It is one of the most ambitious undertakings in gaming or simulation ever. There are so many people, not only at Microsoft, Asobo, the third-party partners, and the creator community, all working together like this giant industry to make this evolve. So it's really difficult listening to anybody who wants to complain about it, or, I can understand if you don't want to get it right now or whatever, but I don't want it, Microsoft sucks, this, blow it out your rear, There was a time when everybody, all they could do was just cry. All they did was just cry because there was no Microsoft Flight Simulator, and there was never going to be another Microsoft Flight Simulator. just listening to them whine and cry. And X-Plane's our only one, but X-Plane's great. I'm not going to take anything away from any of the other developers. Ever. But we finally get Microsoft back, and we get far more than we ever wanted. They don't nickel and dime us to death. They give us everything for free. The developers feel like family. Everybody in this community feels like family. And so anybody wanting to throw wrenches into this thing that is happening, I don't like it. It used to be, Brennicow says, never pre-order any game. Ever. I can't help it. With these guys, I'm gonna pre-order.
On 135.575. Good day.
With some games, sure, I get it. I mean,
Kinney is 112 Kansas City Center altimeter, 29er.9er, 2 radar contact. Continue to cure it.
okay, but this isn't any other game. You're saying pre-orders have done so much damage to the quality games. There used to be a real reason to pre-order a physical copy. And then there's no reason to pre-order digital content. It used to be that you would
123 descend and maintain 3,800 feet.
Alright, 3.8. And you want to say, used to be that you could pre-order a game so that you could be sure that when you go down to GameStop or whatever on release day, that they would have your copy of Halo 2 or whatever in stock. Sure. Sure. I like it when you can pre-order and you can play. You are an alpha tester, basically. Like Manor Lords. You know, I don't know how soon that will actually be considered a full release. But getting to play Manor Lords early was it has been a lot of fun. I haven't played it recently. I played the heck out of it for like 2 months. But I realized that at the state the game was at, you can't win. And so I just stopped and waiting for a time. Like now you probably can. Now they've got shields and crossbows and other things added into it. And you probably could win. But the way I saw it at that point is that you can't afford to hold enough troops or build up enough troops to stop the evil Baron from steamrolling you. All right, we're getting ready to get into our landing phase here. Go ahead and switch this over to the ILS display. Okay, so we're right at the decel point. You're not paying to be an alpha tester. I understand. It's one of those where I liked what I saw and I didn't mind supporting the developer. Normally I don't. Lately I guess I kind of have been, because I did the pre-order for Baldur's Gate, another one I was really excited about. But with those pre-orders, you got to play it early on. You got to, you did get to play it early. So there's that. And to me, there's bugs in everything. You can't, it's just, there's always going to be something. It's funny. Same with Sobo, I don't mind. I'll show my support. I trust them now. I trust them too much. And I do. I trust them too much. But they haven't given us one single reason to doubt since Microsoft 2020 has come out. Everything for free, free DLCs. He promised one update every month, one world update every month, like clockwork. This is the greatest group of developers that I have ever seen in my life. That I've ever had the pleasure to be a part of their community. Jorg, Newman, and those guys they're amazing. If this was EA and The Sims, every month we would have been shelling out.
112 tree contact international approach on 120.905.
For every one of those updates, if this was EA, we'd be shelling out $30 to $40. Every month, shelling out $30 to $40.
National approach altimeter 29.902 radar contact. Continue to RESTT.
For the Maverick DLC, for the Dune DLC, you would have been paying for those. So, if we think about, again, every month, all the updates they gave us, all the DLCs that came out, all the free planes that we got, hundreds of dollars. Hundreds and hundreds. And my wife has spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I don't even want to...
Descend and maintain 3,300 feet.
I don't even want to think about over the last 20 years what this family has spent on The Sims. From Sims 1, every DLC. Sims 2, every DLC. Sims 3, every DLC. Sims 4, every DLC. I think Christine is up with The Sims 4 close to like $700, $800. And she probably, and the family probably spent that much on every Sims iteration so far.
2,500.
They are a truly hated developer company. I don't appreciate them. They destroyed SimCity. Well, with these guys, with Asobo, for me, I show my appreciation by pre-ordering, and that whatever. If they're more like folks like me, then it gives them an indication of they're on the right track. They're we appreciate what they've done. We're rewarding them by pre-ordering early and showing our loyalty, and hopefully that gives them a boost, because they're doing their market projections and like, this is how much we had to spend and this is how much we hope to make, and it's it is all a risk, and these pre-order numbers hopefully it's making everybody happy. Hopefully they've got a lot of pre-orders, and all the whatever investors or whatever, they're going, okay, great, we're on track. It feels like everything's working. Again, in Colorado, flying around, I usually don't see much traffic, and lately there's people all over the place. I am so thrilled seeing planes all over the skies, and I hope more and more and more people are picking it up. Well, for me, it is. Again, like I said, it is. For me, I want to support the devs. I want to pre-order for that reason. I'm not telling anybody else they have to.
Descend and maintain 2,900 feet.
It's a personal choice. Yeah, that is me. I do want them to know that I'm loyal or whatever. I support them, and I'm happy to pre-order. Nobody else has to. That's just me. I love them. I love them. They are, they feel like family. That was a cool story in the presentation the other night. Jorg, he was talking about, we're getting ready to hit our ILS point.
You are 9 miles east of Kansas City.
So Jorg says,
National Tower on 125.75 when inbound on the approach.
right, we should have already been talking to him. He's, jeez.
International Tower. Altimeter 29er, decimal 9er 2, wind 269er at tree 0.
Right, there's the diamond. There's the approach. Put the gear down.
Kinney is 112 tree, wind 269er at tree 0. Cleared to land runway 27.
So Jorg said he wanted to populate the Earth with all these wild animals and domestic animals. He was talking about the process of populating the world, and he's like, and you may already know this, but he's like, I worked on Zoo Tycoon and I worked on Zoo Planet, says Jorg. And he goes, so I called my friend up the other day and I said, hey, can I have all the animals from Zoo Tycoon and Zoo Planet to populate Microsoft Flight Simulator, the world? It's like, yeah. So we're getting all the Zoo Planet and Zoo Tycoon animals. And then he said he got all the migration database stuff.
1,000.
So that's pretty neat. Interesting little story. And another one is that they've either licensed the FlightAware database or they purchased FlightAware. Microsoft has purchased FlightAware for Microsoft Flight Simulator. They said they now have a 91% transponder accuracy rate on all aircraft in the sky with the FlightAware stuff. 91% transponder accuracy. All right, so here comes our minimums at 3.
300.
So let's do our off now. Our Pappy lights are good.
200.
Little crosswind.
100. 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
And reverse thrust. And we're down.
Kinney is 112 tree, turn next taxiway.
Hi. Disarm the spoiler. Bring the flaps back up. Reverse thrust off.
Kinney is 112 tree, exit runway when able.
Rain.
Kinney is 112 tree, contact ground on 128.975.
All right. Really? There's no parking options here either? Huh. Maybe if we get further in. Doesn't seem so, though. Oh well. All right, so we got a little bit of night flying in. Let me change the time. I have been here to this airport plenty of times. Not always under good circumstances. In the real world. Not here in the simulator, in the real world. Pretty nice though. It's a pretty nice airport, the way they've got it all set up on this outside ring here. It's just a ring. Everything comes in and goes out this ring. Or the other ring. Looks very much like the weather at the times I was here. It's only about a 40-minute drive from the Kansas City Art Institute. That way. That's interesting. You're talking about the movie Fantasia and how it was a flex. Kind of a flex back in the day for Disney to show off all of their new animation techniques. Yeah, certainly was. Same with Fantasia 2000. A lot of the new digital stuff that they were doing. Absolutely. And you're saying Microsoft is doing the same thing. This, you know, the simulator is their flex. Absolutely. Well, again, nobody in the world is doing what they're doing. Nobody in the world needs this much computational power. Nobody in the world has to be as accurate as they are with real world stuff. And then on top of it, like this is the flex stuff. The animals. The flight aware, the new, I heard they're dropping Black Shark. Not dropping sounds a little bad. But I heard that they're no longer going to be working with Black Shark, who's provided all of our world scenery so far. And that they're going with somebody else. And I guess that's the reason, whoever they're going with, I guess they're the ones that are going to be able to provide all the ground models onto the cities that bring everything up. Something like that. All right, let me get back to the cockpit. Let's do another one. So let's come to our init page, and we'll at least set us up with AMCI at the moment and figure out where we're going. Do you have any particular place you'd like to go, Captain? Kenneth Arnold. Get my Skyvector back up. Okay, so we're at Kansas City. Let's delete all this information and start a new flight plan. Change this to KMCI. All right. So yeah, any particular place you'd want to go? If not, I don't know. I'm just gonna flip a coin. Here we are. No, that's Charles Wheeler. There we are. North, south, east, or west. Eventually, they will have a digital twin of the Earth, as detailed as Jorg described, with full building interiors and things on the... that's insane! But the simming aspect at that point is going to go through the roof. If they're going to build a digital twin like that. Flight Sim will eventually be a product of that. Yeah! If you or I owned Microsoft, and we were creating a digital twin that is only currently used for the simulator, does that not seem like a giant waste of opportunity to you? If I was Microsoft, I'm like, create the digital twin. Because now we're going to use that digital twin for our other Microsoft products. Like a simming product, or I don't know. The only ones that really come to mind at the moment are like the golfing and the fishing. It's the world golfing, world fishing, world this, world that, and they can use the digital twin to build all the other games onto, which I would love to have for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I would love to have the digital twin to have all of the fishing activities and golfing activities, so that when we land right now, we could go out to our airport, and we can, other than using a bush plane to get to the lake like we were the other day and just drop in a fishing line, contacting Unicom, and that's a teachable thing. So up here in air traffic control, one of the the things that you always get with your charts is there's a Unicom frequency, and pilots, as I understand, they use Unicom to schedule all the things that they would want to do while they're there. I need to rent a car. I need to rent a room. I need to go out to dinner. I want to go enjoy some entertainment. I want to go golfing. And so you contact Unicom to set you up with all of your things. Let's set up my room. Or whatever to facilitate getting you services that you need as a pilot while you're there. So it'd be great to have a reason to use Unicom. Hey, we've just landed. We're grouped together as a multiplayer group. Let me click on Unicom here. Let me open up the nearest golf course for Kansas City, or golf courses. Let's do 18, and then we'll do another flight. Gives us a chance to decompress. Oh yeah, it's a good start. If there's anything worth waiting for, this is kind of it. I don't mind how long it takes, because again, I'm a flight simulator. I never expected any of this. If it didn't have any of it, I would still be pleased as punch. I don't need all that. But since that's where we're at, and that's where we're going in the future, yeah, sure, now I'm excited about having those things. It's all icing on the cake. We're living in dreamland now, where we can afford such amazing luxuries. Fantastic. All right, well, I'm just going to pick a place to go. So I'm going to go north. What's north? Got these big lakes up here. This Chicago area, or is that further over? Yeah, here's Chicago. O'Hare. Yeah, let's plan O'Hare. KMCI to KRD, and let's get a route. We'll use their route this time. Oh, there's two. This one's a little bit more complex. Okay. AYOCI to Victor 502 to IRK VOR to Victor 10, VRL to Victor 63, CVA to Victor 6 to DPA. Okay. Let me put these two things side by side. Yeah, I'm really happy that you did talk to me about this earlier, about doing it this way. Yeah, it doesn't take any effort to drag and move things around, but it does ensure that that doesn't happen anymore. Okay. KMCI /KRD. And plug that up there. And hit return. Alright. I'll say 12,000 feet just for now. They put us up to 14 last time, so let's do 14,000. Plug that in as our cruise. Okay, flight plan. So from KMCI... Why is it not doing... Again, I don't understand why. Okay, to AYOCI. Doesn't want me to do it. You dog. There it is. It put it in. That's unusual. It's working in a way that I'm not used to. Cool though. All right. All right. All right. Now we're gonna go to Victor 502. Those usually go on this side. Not in database. Let me just try 502. Doesn't want to take it. Not in database. All right, so let's go to the next VOR, IRK. Insert, damn you. Keeps taking me to this and not just inserting it and allow me to enter my next point. You son of a gun. Here's one Renegade says. Digital twin of Earth with 8 billion AI people living in it that you can individually meet, talk to, open the developer mode for fast forward through the entire life. It's bong. Are you just making fun of me now, or are you really having a good laugh and hitting the bong? Because if you are, then I'm gonna join you. I don't have a B-O and G. I have to be careful. The AI listens to everything. But I have a P-I-P-E. And it is loaded. I'm in Colorado. Land of the free, home of the brave, mostly. We have a bunch of jerks around here turning everything. I don't want to get political. But right, eventually it will be. Hey, I know we're laughing and we're talking about it and we're talking about laughing about it and then hitting the B-O-N-G, right? But 30 years from now, 20 years from now, when we're old and the young kids are the next generation of young kids are coming in to do stuff like this, that's not gonna be something that we laugh at anymore. That's just the way it's going to be. And they're all gonna be level 2 AIs. The Chat GPT, the next gen of Chat or third generation Chat GPT, working their way up to level 4s where you can't distinguish between a real person. Well, I'm not really certain what to do here now, because I can't continue entering in my flight plan. I just got to leave it like that, file it like that, and do a go out of here, come back into the flight plan, try it again. This is bunged. I can't enter my approach or departure stuff now. It keeps going to this, like I'm trying to insert something. This is kind of bunged. Yeah, we keep going to this amber screen, and it's not giving me. Yeah, that's right, that's right. But normally when you click on your destination, now you can enter your arrival and departure. Son of a bitch. All right, well, I have to restart it and at least put in to and from the main menu, and I'll see about setting this up. We might want to try the other Airbus, the new one with that's got more functions, but then that might take 30 minutes to start up. Ugh. Let's just try it. KMCI. Cord. And I don't want to put in any information, but I don't want to be here. Hey, no, you know, I think you're right. I think, you know, we're having a good time and we're kind of laughing at it. And I don't know if you're making fun of me for being a stoner, but yeah, but you're right.
Self-departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 19 right.
But that's the thing. You're absolutely 100% right. And it's not going to be a question in the future. Every game moving forward is going to have technology like that. They're already demonstrating it in several titles, like Grand Theft Auto and things like that, where you walk around and every NPC is a Chat GPT. They were talking about it for like Baldur's Gate and these are the role-playing games like Fable and other things too, where they know histories and, you know, they're programmed to have access to all the history. They don't have to be pre-programmed to say anything. It's like, hi, I'm from Farah, and I'm from Baldur's Gate, and I'm a guild leader, and here's you want to know history about this or that? Talk, you know, whatever you talk to them about. If they have the knowledge, they'll talk to you. They'll remember you, like in Fable. You do good or do bad, build up your reputation. So they'll either like you more over time, or they'll end up hating you, or helping you, or sending out a group, joining a group to go get you. See if I can do anything with this time. I want word. There we go. That's what we want for that. Now, I don't know what I want. I'm just going to go ahead and pick something. ILS 09C sounds fine. I'll just pick whatever I don't care which. I don't want to go look at the charts. I'm gonna pick something, and I'll pick a. I'll probably make us do loop-de-loops around the airport. I didn't take it. Gibbons. Get my insert. KMCR to Bailey, Magoo, Wimpy, PDF, Gibbons, our D-cell point, Nord, Coos, okay, but what we will do is go look at runway 9. C. So we'll check for our fixed point and our minimums. 873 feet. 200 feet off the runway. 2,300 feet for the intercept point at Ezel. There's our hold and our hold point. And for 25 nautical miles around us, there's no obstructions. And we've already done one night flight, so I'm going to go ahead and switch it up. We got some night flight time in. I don't want to make this one so boring. I want to see some things. So we'll introduce a little bit of illumination into the scene. I love twilight time, morning or evening. So easy on the eyes. And you see everything in the color you're supposed to see things at when the light is like this. Everything's all, not everything is all washed out. Those look like rain streak marks on our windshield. What is that? All right, you posted something in, you're not poking fun. Okay, good. Good. And something to check out in Discord. I don't mind checking it out at all. You want to wait till cruise? Yeah, all right, let's get it up in the air. We'll get the autopilot switched on and we'll check out your link. Great. Hopefully this is one of yours. Oh, commercially friendly small language model. They probably won't mind if we play their stuff in my live stream. I might get a notification on it. There's 120. There's 140. So let's start rotate. You're up. Flaps up.
Kenny is 112 tree. Continue for self-departure.
Make sure.
Leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
We're gonna climb.
Kenny is 112 tree. International approach.
Nose up too much. Come on, get the nose down. Come on. Nose down.
Kenny is 112 tree. Radar contact. 1 mile southwest of Kansas City. 3,600 feet.
Autopilot. Good.
Altimeter tree 0 decimal tree 6.
3,600 feet.
Kenny is 112 tree. International approach. Clear through the Bravo airspace. Kenny is 112 tree is cleared to O'Hare Airport as filed. Squawk tree 25. Kenny is 112 tree, read back correct. Radar
I missed.
4,300 feet. Altimeter tree 0.36. Continue to BAYLI turning and following heading 075. Proceed on course climb and maintain 13,000 feet.
I'm missing our altimeter setting.
112 tree contact international. Departure on 123.905. Good day.
3036. Now, I'm not going to miss in the future.
112 tree international departure altimeter tree 0.6 radar contact. Continue to BAYLI.
As of the year 2024, I still understand why they've set up air traffic control and radio people the way that they have. But my God, it's infuriating the amount of chatter that you have to do with these people, or that you have to listen to on your way out like that. And then you travel 20 miles and you're switched off and they're constantly handing off. To me, air traffic control is a big pain in the ass. And if there's one thing that can possibly be improved over time without to minimize the amount of crap that you got to listen to and talk to, is with AI. And I know now for a fact that there are certain stations around the United States that are fully automated AI ATC.
13,000 feet.
Not that they're still not going to be talking to you, but I would love it. Anything that helps reduce the chatter. I say that now, but I don't know. You know, that's just my layperson's point of view. But man, son of a gun, some days it's so much switching here, switching there, switching there, switching there. Answer this, answer that. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? I heard you. I heard you. Get off my back. Please shut the f up.
Kenya's 112 tree. Please expedite your climb 13,000 feet.
Okay. All right. So we're in cruise. Let me put us into auto throttle. We're at 4,000. It'll do fine in auto throttle. I don't need to leave it in climb. Again, gears up, flaps up. I think we're good. Okay. Is this what we're supposed to be looking at here? Nemotron, a commercially friendly small language model by NVIDIA optimized for role play, RAG QA, and function calling. Oh, I see. This is an open source thing? Optimized for role play. Mini 4B Instruct is a model for generating responses for role-playing retrieval augmented generation, and I see RAG, retrieval augmented generation, and function calling. It's a small language model optimized through distillation, pruning, and quantization for speed and on device deployment. This Instruct model is optimized for role play, RAG QA, and function calling in English. It supports a context length of 4,096 tokens. This model is ready for commercial use. Hugging face.
Kenya's 112 tree contact Kansas City Center on 135.575.
So something like that. Look, the radio should just switch.
Center altimeter tree 0.6 radar contact. Continue to BAYLI.
Is there a way for it to just switch over, go to the right thing? I don't know. Is that what we were supposed to be looking at? Just what I was looking at there? Or do they have a video of it functioning? Role playing, so it can It can act like a video game character, RAG, so it can remember things and tell you things about the game world. Yep. Yep, okay. Yep. Yeah, that to me is fantastic. I like playing video games. I like my role-playing games when I was growing up, especially. And yeah, the thought of being able to interact with the NPCs like that, like the tavern, the taverns are gonna be such a hoot. And you know, one of these days their reactions, like the probability, like can you go into a tavern and just sitting there having a drink, and all of a sudden shit happens and a fight breaks out. You just never, you know, what are they going to do? How do they react to each other? What can you set them up to do? So, you know, we're entering really interesting territory. That's going to be great. Function calling so it can give you items or mark locations on your map. On device deployment, they're working on shrinking it down to run on an Xbox while gaming. Yeah. So if we project out 20 years from this point, I mean, this is all going to be standard in everything. They're not even going to talk about it as a cool feature anymore down the road. It's just gonna be a part of everything. And unless they start again better and better and better, like they can do all these things what they've always done, like mark your map and do this and that. Yeah, now they can just decide to do whatever the hell they want. You can come back to a village one day and the chef lost his mind and he killed everybody and the whole village is burnt down. You just don't know what kind of random things that they can do. And then if they added the Sims relationship stuff and they build more on that stuff, you know, this guy marries this guy, they have kids, they do these things. This one left this one for a divorce, and then that could create an entire clan. It's just gonna get so interesting. Ready. We've come from Pong to MSFS 2024. From Pong. Yeah. So the tavern that you frequent, you're good to everybody, you tip everybody, you hang out with the ladies, you hang out with the bartender, you treat everybody good. And then all of a sudden, somebody steps out of line and you find yourself in a dangerous situation in a bar, facing off against somebody, and all of those AI now come to your aid. You start a fight and everybody jumps in and whoops their ass. That's gonna be fun. Or, yeah, you say the wrong thing and they've all had enough of your crap and the entire bar jumps on your ass. Somebody was telling me about a game the other day, or I was watching a gameplay footage from another game, and they're like, this game is brutal. I gotta find the title of that game. And they're like, all you're going to do, no matter what you do, you are going to get your ass kicked until you develop, until much later in the game when you're a higher level character. Don't expect anything other than getting your ass kicked. You're gonna. The best thing I can recommend is learn how to put your skill points towards running first, because everything in this game is going to try to kill you or eat you, and your best chance as a low-level person is to be able to run away. Don't expect there's anything you can do to improve your odds for a long time. Just, you're going to get your ass kicked. Thought that was funny. I'll have to look in my history, my YouTube history, and find out what I was watching. Wish we could play music. Man, what a good one to listen to today. Listen to this one and try not to shed a tear at this point. Ooh, and on the ground. Christine was cracking up over there. He was watching some Lonely Island videos. Sushi glory hole. Here it is. No, this isn't it. Love that. These AI videos, AI movie interpretations of movies like a 1950s Super Panavision. These are incredible, and man, their ladies are crazy. Drunk air traffic controller on the radio. Oh yeah, let me find that near miss that just happened. I just watched that tonight. No, it's not showing up. Maybe I was on Christine's account. I probably was too, and on hers for that video. But I'll look. EPOS. I love this dude. This guy, some Scottish guy. It's too powerful. He's and I can't tell if he's being sarcastic or not. But he's talking about people are complaining that that Microsoft Simulator is just too much. It's too powerful. You know, that's gonna blow up everybody's computers, basically. No, I don't see it now. Either way, it was hilarious. It's got to be when I was watching with Christine on her account or something. Just expect your ass to get kicked. Speaking of Mount Rainier, and that's it in the background of that photo. Or that's Fuji. No, my bad. That's Fuji.
In March 1852, Saluda left St. Louis for Council Bluffs, Iowa, carrying many Mormon immigrants from England and Wales. The river was muddy, icy, and running high as Saluda stopped at Lexington for supplies before continuing her journey. Just beyond Lexington, a narrow channel with very strong currents made it difficult for ships to make a sharp turn in the river. Saluda's captain, Francis T. Belt, tried unsuccessfully for 2 days to make the bend. On Good Friday morning, the 9th of April 1852, Captain Belt, frustrated by the lack of progress, ordered an increase in steam pressure. Saluda pushed off,
see.
but before the paddle wheel got through its second rotation, the boilers exploded.
Oh
The
my.
explosion could be heard for miles.
Oh my.
Watching from the bluffs in Lexington saw parts of the steamer and bodies blown into the air.
Oh my
And
God.
The river, on the wharf, and even on the nearby bluff. Over 100 people were killed, including Captain Belt, many of the passengers, and 2 men on shore who were hit by debris. Because of the strong current, many bodies were never recovered. Only 40 to 50 people survived. Some of the survivors were pulled onto a passing boat heading down the Missouri River. Within 10 minutes of the explosion, Saluda had sunk. The community of Lexington rushed to help. Doctors worked on the injured, while survivors were cared for in local homes. A fund was raised to bury the dead in local Mapula Cemetery, as well as to help with the financial needs of the survivors. The townspeople in Lexington took some of the orphaned children into their homes and raised them as their own.
Wow. That's horrible. 1852. Wow, that's sad. Nothing out here. We don't get any points of interest until way over here. Kahuka. No, Keokuk. Man, your house has to be famous to get a landmark. The Cyrus Felt House. $3037. 3037. What? Typical. And it is Saturday night, so cheers. You were mentioning the smokables earlier, and it's a little before the bottom of the hour. Normally, if you would have been one of my live stream followers early on or in the last year, I was very, 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 very vocal about smoking. Any chance I had a chance to mention it, I was mentioning it, especially every 20 minutes after the hour. Hey, look at the time. It's 20 minutes after the hour. And you know what that means? That's right. Time for the smoke break. So kick back, enjoy the flight, put up your feet, and it's a smoking flight. So smoke if you got them. When I was doing Star Trek radio, it was like, all right, you know what time it is? Time to lock the bridge, keep the kids out. Scotty, turn off the air scrubbers for 10 minutes. It's time for the smoke break. This smoke break brought to you by the great green Felicium growers of the Orion sector block. Field number 420. Remember, go green. Wonder if I've got any of my old clips around anymore. Would it be under? Maybe just the 420? No. The bumper. Yep.
It's time to puff puff pass. You're listening to the 420 show on Trek Radio.
That's my favorite part. Just that throw up sound at the end there. Oh.
Trek Radio. It's time to puff puff pass. You're listening to the 420 show on Trek Radio.
I'm the person who inspired and co-created Trek Radio. I was the original creator and lead creative for the first 3 live radio stations for Star Trek Online. I created Subspace Radio and led the development of that, and then helped train all the first round of broadcasters. And I was the first Star Trek Online DJ. I was the first Star Trek Online radio broadcaster. And I put together all the great DJs for the first station for sure. And then Trek Radio. But it didn't start out as Trek Radio. It started out as STO Radio. But we wanted to be more popular, so we went to Star Trek Radio, and the franchise said, you can't do Star Trek Radio. And we said, well, okay, what about Trek Radio? And they're like, oh yeah, you can do Trek Radio. So I still have the Trek Radio domain. I'm not doing anything with it. But if you were to type in trekradio.com, it would, or go to Whois or whatever and look up who is trekradio.com, you will find that it's me. So I tried getting it going for a bunch of years. We did trekradio.net, and that's still active today. And then I did UFP Media. So that was a lot of fun. Good times. But yeah, I still own the Trek Radio domain. It's just sitting there, and I'm not doing anything with it. I'm just holding on to it. Just keeps gaining in value, so I'll just keep hanging on to it. You bought some green ones in Colorado. It's a different process than here in Washington. In Washington, you only get it prepackaged. The stores don't have a waiting area. It's more like a normal liquor store. Well, that's cool. So it's recreational there then? It's not just medicinal? That's wild. That's great. I forget that we're not the only ones now, you know, and that other people have been doing it. I haven't kept up on, you know, who else did. I'm just glad that they did. I don't like alcohol. To be quite honest, I occasionally will enjoy a beer maybe, but I'm not a drinker at all anymore. I drank a lot when I was young, and especially in college those years, you know, just that's natural. But a lot. And I just don't have the will for it, to be honest, anymore. I have no desire. But I still enjoy other things, like the smoking thing. And it's nice to not be a criminal for the only real vice that I enjoy. So, thank God for that. I am not a criminal. Other than that, I've never been a criminal. In the realm of D&D, people say I'm chaotic good or chaotic neutral. Some days kind of lawful. So I'm a lawful to good to neutral, but really never ever venturing into the other side. Just not me. That's so darn pretty. Oh, I'm sure I don't have the hours that you have, but I'm curious, how many hours do you have this year, or whatever? I guess this goes back to in 2020 in general. I'm ashamed to say I've only got a little over like 1,300 plus hours. And I do feel bad about that because prior to switching over to 2020, I did X-Plane, and I did 800 hours.
Contact Kansas City Center on 135.525.
I did 800 hours in X-Plane with no problem. I did 600. Jesus Christ.
Center altimeter tree 0 decimal tree 8 radar contact. Continue to BAYLI.
I did 600 hours in FSX. I did 800 hours in X-Plane. And I've done 1,300 hours in 2020. In 4 years, that's not good. I mean, I definitely should have been putting in more time. I should have quadruple that. But I was vigilant. I mean, I did as much as I could throughout the last year or so. I tried to do a live stream every day, Monday through Friday, doing my NEOFLY career stuff and the world tour stuff. So I didn't totally slack off. I'm up to episode 172. So 172 live streams for Skydude. But as you see, some days I'll do extras and I won't, I'll label them as Skydude, but I won't put a number on them. Like today and tonight, I didn't attach numbers to these live streams because it's just extras, So, and then in my other folders on my page are a lot of old tutorials. I was trying to demonstrate what I had learned. And so I started putting together tutorials on flight planning, navigation, and I was trying to demonstrate in all of my tutorial videos that what I had learned. So the goal is that one of these days I could walk into a school and they're going to ask, well, what kind of knowledge do you have? And I can say, I know you're not going to go through all these, but I do want to demonstrate. Look at this playlist. Look at all of the things that I've tried to learn. And I can't say I did a very good job at teaching any of it, but I was trying to demonstrate what I learned. So look at this huge playlist. And then I did all this and all this, and then I did all the career stuff and blah, 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 blah. It says you have well, I guess if you know how many hours, you probably have thousands. You probably have thousands of hours across the different platforms. But Steam says 430 hours in game, which seems like the numbers should be closer together. With as much experience as you have, yeah, I would imagine that you have Oh, look, it's a Foo Fighter. You have lots of flight time. Foo Fighter number 4798. Interesting looking area of river down there. Do you play other video games beside Flight Sim? Do you are any other games, hobbies, or interests at all other than flight simulation? The gentleman that was in here earlier, Llama Farmer, he's into flight simming, but has no time for any other types of video games. Too busy with real world stuff. Can't be bothered with any other video games, but enjoys the flight sim stuff. There's a runway down there. It's nice how you can make it out through the cloud. Mostly simulators. I had asked him, since his name was Llama Farmer, I'm like, okay, I've got to know. This is how the conversation with gaming came up. I said, have you ever played Farming Simulator? And he had, but he doesn't anymore. But he said, you have to really be into farming. And it was cracking me up because in the last month, I found myself watching one particular gentleman that is playing Farming Simulator, and I'm blown away. I can't believe, one, that they got all the licenses for all the real stuff. All the John Deere stuff. I don't even know farming equipment at all, or the name brands, but I know that what they're demonstrating, and that's all name brand stuff. And just every piece of equipment you can think about is in there. And not just farming, or they can do chicken farming. They do so many different types of things. It's not just crops. You can do all kinds of farming things. And it just looks like such a hoot. But you're right. He's absolutely right. You've got to really be into farming. But some of these dudes make it seem so much fun. And they're having so much fun. And it's wonderful. And another one that I've been watching lately is Motel Simulator. You inherit a rundown motel from your uncle, and you've got to build back a motel. But not only that, the motel is hooked to a gas station and a restaurant or store. And there's cops everywhere, and there's vagrants everywhere, and homeless everywhere. Chances people get killed on your lot, and all kinds of crazy things. And I just, next thing I know, I've watched 8 hours of somebody playing Motel Simulator. Check Discord, link to your favorite game of all time. 80% off on sale right now on Steam. Okay, can't wait to see what this is. Dangerous Waters. Far out. Dangerous Waters, SCS. Dangerous Waters allows you total control over multiple air surface, and submarine platforms in a modern-day naval environment. Take direct control of individual crew stations. Also plan and execute combined arms naval strategies from a top-down commander's eye perspective. Wow. $299, huh? Hard to beat that. Oh, that's neat. Let's see what it looks like on Steam. Far out. They have a video. I can't believe they don't. Nice. Weapon loadout. CM's torpedoes, ship stores. The complete naval pack. Dangerous Waters Fleet Command and Sub Command. $24.99. Released in 2004. Haven't stopped playing it, at least every now and then. Oh, yeah. This has been out for a long time. Right on. This one down here, World of Warships, I see that advertised all the time. That looks crazy, too. I've never really done any naval simulations or boat stuff. I have a buddy that is a pirate fanatic, and he wants to do all the ship stuff. World of Tanks. Tank in the air. Very positive review. It is the best naval battle simulator so far, and there's no better one yet. As long as nothing is done to beat it, I'll keep using it. Wow. Very detailed, very fun. First time you locate and sink a submarine as a helicopter is pure ecstasy. Still the best sub sim out there. Kind of sad, but it's still good. Dangerous Waters is still playable in 2024. Without a doubt, the best naval submarine sim I've ever played. I played more than a few in my day. The fine folks at blah 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 really did their homework when they were creating this game, since nearly every aspect of it oozes a level of realism that you're hard pressed to find in most other games these days. I truly believe that the gameplay you experience in Dangerous Waters is a very accurate portrayal of actual Navy operations and procedures in practice today. Every vessel and weapon you will encounter has been meticulously reproduced to real-life records. Hell, I could probably operate my own Los Angeles or Seawolf subclass single-handedly, thanks to what I've learned from this game. Wow. Greatest modern submarine simulator ever. This game is not for most people because it's pretty hardcore realistic. The playable submarines are Aquila and Aquila improved, 688 Los Angeles class Kilo and Kilo improved. Those aren't nearly as fun or polished. The level of depth they went through to make this as realistic as they could is breathtaking. Going through sonar to find and classify a vessel feels very rewarding. Once classified, you determine the speed through the Demon Waterfall. After that, you go to the TMA Target Motion Analysis Station. Put in all the info to fire a weapon at it. All this takes a lot of time and effort, and you have to remain silent.
Kenny is 112 tree contact Chicago Center on 135.6.
Doesn't work on Windows 10. When you click play, it just goes back to desktop.
Kenny is 112 tree Chicago Center altimeter tree 0.9 radar contact. Continue to Bravo Delta Foxtrot.
All right, Where are we? We're right here. Carthage. Interesting. Wildlife area. Peoria Lock and Dam. Peoria, Illinois.
Peoria is the county seat of Peoria County, Illinois, and the largest city on the Illinois River. As of the 2010 census, the city had a population of 115,007. It is the principal city of the Peoria metropolitan area in central Illinois, consisting of the counties of Marshall, Peoria, Stark, Tazewell, and Woodford, which had a population of 373,590 in 2011. Established in 1691 by the French explorer Henri de Tonty, Peoria was later labeled by the Peoria Historical Society to be the oldest European settlement in Illinois. Originally known as Fort Clark, it received its current name when the county of Peoria organized in 1825. The city was named after the Peoria tribe, a member of the Illinois Confederation. On October 16, 1854, Abraham Lincoln made his Peoria speech against the Kansas-Nebraska Act. A major port on the Illinois River, Peoria is a trading and shipping center for a large agricultural area that produces maize, soybeans, and livestock. Although the economy is well diversified, the city's traditional manufacturing industries remain important and produce earth-moving equipment, metal products, lawn care equipment, labels, steel towers, farm equipment, building materials, steel, wire, and chemicals. Until 2018, Peoria was the global and national headquarters for heavy equipment and engine manufacturer Caterpillar Incorporated, one of the 30 companies using the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and listed on the Fortune 100. In the latter year, the company relocated its headquarters to Deerfield, Illinois. The city is associated with the phrase "Will it play in Peoria?", which originated from the vaudeville era and was popularized by Groucho Marx. Museums in the city include the Pettingill Marone House, the John C. Flanagan House, and the Peoria Riverfront Museum.
That's awesome. That is some awesome history. It's weird to think, like, it's so far back in time that it's not that far back in time. It just seems like it. Now that I'm over 50 years old and they're like, did you know the 80s is closer to 1940s or Hiroshima than blah, 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 you know, when they do that kind of thing. The 80s is closer to the 40s than we are now, blah, blah, blah. But Abraham Lincoln was there, and Groucho Marx was there, and Abraham Lincoln gave a big speech there, and that's far out. I saw AI bring Abraham Lincoln to life the other day, where they were making Abraham Lincoln smile and move around and check his hair. There was Edgar Allan Poe, and they had Edgar Allan Poe fussing with his hair, and it just blew my mind to be able to see Abraham Lincoln moving and smiling, and he wasn't that unhandsome of a man. It's just sometimes the way the camera captures him, he always looks like Lance Henriksen or something, really craggy, you know? And when the AI brings him to life, you see him moving around and smiling and his face in movement, and he wasn't that unattractive. He was a very handsome man, actually. And it's just so great to see an AI do that. Be able to do that for us. And pretty impressed, pretty touched. That was on Facebook the other day. I bet I can find that on YouTube. I'll bet.
112 tree contact Chicago Center on 124.55. Good day.
Abe Lincoln AI.
Is 112 tree Chicago Center altimeter tree 0.39 radar contact. Continue to Bravo Delta Foxtrot.
That's not it. None of these are either. The ones I was watching were completely different. They were like full body and full motion. This is just partial. Maybe this is closer to it.
Vanderwerf takes and takes. He's taken nearly $1 million of your tax dollars, but he wouldn't let county workers take paid sick leave.
Don't you hate?
Hello guys, and welcome back to Mystery Scoop. In this series we are looking at individual portraits of famous people from history, whilst digitally manipulating them using various artificial intelligence tools for education.
Dude, you can't tell through that big old mustache and stuff, you know. Princess Diana was so beautiful. You don't see ads, you have it totally blocked. That's neat. So easy to rack up the hours when you do the airliner flights. Our DC-6 pilot. This is one of those times where in flight, I mean, I gotta go look it up, but where you wish you could do other things while you're in here, like access the marketplace and Sky Mall and look at things. PDF. Getting close. The D-cell's right up ahead. So gridded. Man. Man, I wish that I lived that far away from each neighbor. These people got it made. Each one owns a huge lot. Man, what do these people do for a living? Oh, I heard some happy news for somebody, but sad news for me. A gentleman here from Colorado just moved to Wyoming. He's like, you can't believe how much cheaper it is here. He's like, I'm so glad I left Colorado. He goes, my mortgage in Wyoming is cheaper than my rent was in Colorado. I love Colorado, I really do, but when I hear things like that, I told Christine the other night, I'm like, would you like to move to Wyoming? No. All right, I'll just drop it. She's like, but it may be cheaper, but it's Wyoming. I'm like, it's got a beauty to it. There are beautiful places in Wyoming. It's not.
123 contact Chicago Center on 123.75.
It's not all Rock Springs.
Kenny is 112 tree Chicago Center altimeter tree 0 decimal tree 9er radar contact. Continue to Binky.
I tell people I live here and they're like, how do you live? How can you afford to live? People come here. I had another lady that I was friends with on Twitter. Her and her husband moved here to Colorado and promptly moved back. They had heard it was wonderful here. They came here and they're like, we can't afford to live here. We're going back to Texas. Screw Colorado. Wow. We're just used to it. I can't imagine living in New York or any of the other places, although the prices here are starting to hit to there. I used to never think that could be possible. $10 cigarettes? I used to just fume about that. I'm like, how in the world do the New Yorkers not just burn everything down for the cost of what they're paying for everything out there? And at that point, we were only paying less than $5 a pack for cigarettes. They have totally brought all the New Yorkers to Colorado, and we're almost at $9. We are at $9 a pack now. And I just, growing up here, that's inconceivable. It used to be like $1 a pack, if that, back in the day. The New York mentality and the prices and everything, and just constantly inflating everything, and the greed, and it's quite sickening. I'm so ready for something to change, to that whole, whatever we're doing something terribly wrong. Nobody can afford to live anymore. We have got to get it back. And everybody keeps saying, there's no way we can go back now. There's no way we can go back. You can maybe reduce prices a little bit, but we'll never go back. And that just pisses me off. I don't believe it. We've got to be able to try to get back to as close to 1980 prices at least as possible. You ordered the Mic Audio Technica ATR 250 USB. Let me check that out. I need to get a new one soon. I mean, I'm glad this one is still, after all these years, is still working great. But let me pull that up. Dang, that looks really nice. She looks cute. She's doing a review. Cardioid condenser. Yep. Old school looking one. Yeah. ATR 2500. That one. Oh, nice.
Kenny is 112 tree. Contact Chicago Center on 127.005. Good day.
I would definitely order a pop screen.
112 tree Chicago Center altimeter
So
0 decimal tree 9er radar contact. Continue to Binky.
these little foam pieces, they're good for like wind and noise, or like wind noise. They're not really good with the P's, the pops. So I have also one of those, one of these. I have a pop screen. And then they make little tiny ones that fit over the microphone themselves. They just kind of slide over the top. And I'm actually using a combination of both. One of the little tiny ones and one of these pop screens. And you can kind of prevent that using filters. You can reduce a pop noise. But they're really good to have. I really recommend one of those. They make little tiny ones like this one. That one is basically the same kind of thing. Also, this one looks like if you get the desk unit, I don't know if it's got shock mount built in, and I don't know if your desk is stable or not. You see a lot of people using these, you know, the arms, these armatures. I am using something that looks like that. It's got the shock mount. So the shock mount, you see this in here. These are like rubber bands. And if the microphone gets jostled around, you don't hear...
You are 46 miles west.
You don't hear the vibration.
Altitude. Expect ILS runway 28 right approach via VOGLR transition. Clear
So this one used to be so sensitive without the shock mount. If I was typing on the keyboard, it would vibrate up through the stand and really amplify keyboard noise and any other thing that like hit the desk or bounced the microphone around. That was all audible at one time. So shock mount is also a great thing to consider. Supposed to be kind of basic, not for professional use, as long as it doesn't pick up too much background noise like the fridge. Any of these microphones made today, I think, are going to be stellar. Even if it says it's not professional. I mean, you know, everything is good these days. And as far as making it not pick up noise, again, EPOS, the tutorials that he's got for OBS on making it sound good. I used to use third-party plugins, and then I followed his stuff, all his tutorials, and they were free anyway, so it's not a matter, I wasn't giving up anything, but under my mic and aux, you can add filters now in OBS. I don't know if they had them when you were using it, but you've got, if I can blow this up, I don't think this one's going to blow up any bigger.
Contact Chicago Center on 133.35.
Okay, but you've got gain. So what he talks to you about is...
Kenny is 1123 Chicago Center altimeter 30.36 radar contact. Continue to VOGLR.
The biggest part of what he talks about is at this first stage here is gain staging. Now, most of these microphones, especially these condensers, they're super powerful. And they can pick up everything. But the point is most people, when they start out doing it, they don't adjust the gain on their levels first. So if you're using just straight gain from the microphone, and then you, it can be overpowering. And it can cause a lot of noise. It can cause a lot of problems. But if you lower your microphone levels first and then apply digital gain is clean. So that. And then you've got noise suppression, which is fantastic. And then you've got noise gate. And this sets the gate on the sound levels, so all background noise, keyboard noise, you can suppress those with this. You can also add NVIDIA Broadcast. In NVIDIA, you can add that instead of using these. NVIDIA Broadcast uses an AI, and the AI analyzes the background noise and it just eliminates it. Children playing, it can do children playing and eliminate that noise in the background. So it's got, but OBS without using NVIDIA stuff, great noise filtering. And then 3-band equalizers, a compressor, and an expander. And he walks you through really easy explanations on how all this works. And then a limiter. Okay, now with your desktop audio or other audio, it's got side chain ducking. And basically what that means is let me try to blow this up. Down here under desktop, if I stop talking, the desktop audio, you'll watch the levels re-rise right here. And as soon as I start talking, you see it drops the audio levels of the desktop noise. Actually, it's dropping it a little too far. It's actually killing it. It's making it non-existent. And it needs to remain around here somewhere, so I'm going to have to do some fine-tuning. But it's called sidechain ducking, and that's a feature of OBS. Let me go into the filters for the desktop. So upward compressor and a compressor, and your compressor has the sidechain ducking.
1123, contact Chicago Center on 127.6.
And you set this to your microphone and get these settings in. So it keeps your anything in the background. Like right now, if I'm keeping talking over the air traffic control, I can hear them really loud, but as long as I'm talking over them, I'm suppressing them. Talk.
Good day. Kenny is 1123 Chicago Center, altimeter tree 0 decimal tree, 5 radar contact. Continue to
Talk. Okay, so that's what the sidechain ducking does. So no, it's not trying to compete with me. Nothing in the background is trying to compete, and it keeps you on top. And all these are, to raise levels and to stop you from peaking. So like in mic and aux, I could be hitting the red line, but I'm not actually hitting the red line. And then I'm using digital gain. So even if I do go into the red or talk really, really loud, it's constraining everything so that it doesn't blow everything out. And let me show you the gentleman I'm talking about on YouTube, EPOS. EPOS Vox, EPOS, VOX, OBS, perfect sound. This guy right here, you can't mistake him, the red-headed guy. How to get perfect stream audio using only OBS effects. But again, it's worth watching his other ones. He'll reference his other ones in here on setting up your mic first, where this is where everybody skips. Plus Fox, gain staging or something like that. Okay, so it's in this one, perfect stream every time. Gain, this is somebody else talking about gain staging. Gain staging. And again, that is in Windows. Under your sound. Under your change system sounds or manage input sound devices. Okay, you have your recording. Okay, and here's our microphone. I've got the NVIDIA microphone set up actually. But in your base microphone, which it's building these from, under properties and levels. So normally when you install a new microphone, especially like a condenser, this thing might be all the way up to 100%. And you just don't want to do that. And I've had it even lower in the past and added more digital gain. But you want to probably keep it lower than 50% or right around this percent, and then add digital gain as opposed to microphone gain. And this will help you if you don't want to get extra equipment, audio equipment to hook into your desktop to do other, to do all this fancy stuff that you can do with the OBS filters. But this was probably the biggest step right here, just doing this. And I actually missed it the first time through in his instructionals. Didn't really understand what he was talking about. And this made all the difference in the world.
Kenny is 112 tree descend and maintain 9,000 feet.
I kept it. 9,000 feet. All right, we're here. I think we overflew it. I was talking so much and doing other things. I think we've overflown it. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so let's go back out to, what was our waypoint? Our approach point. No, we didn't get a missed approach yet. But we have. Nordal, Coos, Sickler, Ezel, Mule, 6,000 feet for Mule. I'm not going to follow the normal procedure and go out to the waypoint. Just go to Mule. And it's so hard to see down here. Son of a gun. A little bit better. Oh well, we'll make it. I just got to tell you, when you told me that you're really happy with the way that my mic sounded, that sounds great. I've been struggling with it for a while. And even, half a dozen live streams back when I was...
112 tree contact Chicago approach on 1 tree decimal 625. Good day.
Having problems.
112 tree Chicago approach altimeter tree 0 decimal tree 6 radar contact. Continue to VOGLR.
So it's really nice to hear that you think it sounds good, and that's freaking fantastic. I remember when I first got in here and first started playing with Microsoft Flight Simulator in the alpha, People are like, the clouds are up, the clouds are on the ground, man. And I'm like, yeah, it's called fog. People were upset that the clouds were down on the ground. And I just, what? What are you talking about? Have you never seen fog before? Low ground, low level clouds? Crazy. We could probably cut it and go to Fran now. Yeah. And what was the Ezel at 2,300 feet? I don't know what's going on. I've seen a bunch of stuff fly by in the corner over there. Hearts and everything else. Lots of hearts popping up. That's far out. And I'm not sure what the other stuff is. It's hard to read. But I see the hearts. That's cool. Never seen those before. I think that's, we got those with Super Chat or something. They added that to my account, or maybe that is part of others. I don't know. $100%, 100%. Over the landing at a big airport, I found that you can set your object level of detail to maximum for less stuttering on final. Object LOD. That's right. And again, I did talk about that we were flying with nighttime earlier, so I turned everything down. But yeah, apply your ultras where you want them. And so we don't have to put everything into the level of detail for the ground, but yeah, we are coming in to the airport. So let's turn our object up. We don't need trees. We can turn the buildings back up. But we don't need vector data, really. You don't have to. And we really don't need, again, the terrain level of detail to be that high. We don't need to put all of our power into it. So yeah, this should make the airport look a little bit nicer. All right, we've hit Fran. And now I want to come down to 2,300 feet. $1,300. I'm just gonna leave this. I think because I missed it. Again, we didn't get a missed approach or anything like that. I almost feel like I'm gonna cancel my instructions and set it up again.
Kenya's 112 Chicago approach.
I'll just do a nearest.
Kenya's 112 tree radar contact 3 miles north of DuPage, 8,700 feet. Cleared through the Bravo airspace. Kenya's 112 tree tower. Altimeter tree 0.5, wind 21 tree at 5. Fly left downwind runway 28 right.
No, I want localizer done. We don't get it. They wanted 28 right. Runway 28 right. Okay, I've got to come down here and change that. Don't know that I have enough time. Do an insert straight to. All right. So, all right, so it's going to take us out and set us up for 28. Okay, so now I got to go at 28 real quick. It's bugging on me again. Close. Where the hell did they put the X on this thing? The last PDF popped up and it wouldn't close either. Right. I don't see it. The hell? I swore it said 28. Right. 28 right. But I don't see anything for 28 right. You gads, man. Skyvector usually doesn't let me down. That seems like 2 plates now with the wrong information. Oh well. We'll shoot for 2,300 feet on the way in, and we'll just hit approach and see what we got.
2,500.
Okay, that's close. Oh, we're not even in the turn yet. I've got the object, the terrain level down. So terrain and object level are tied together. Because look at the ground, it looks like crap. The buildings look all right, but the ground out there in front of us was just looking horrid. There. That all looks good though. There's that DC-6 pilot. I'll turn that back up. That's too low. Looks ugly. Whoops. Yeah, well. Touch and go at Mages Field. Tribute to the old Mages. Yeah, Mages Field was in the very first flight simulator, right? Man, they have us flying far out. Seems like we're barely moving. Newark. Newark is over here. Dylan the Master up over there. When they talk about urban jungle, man, this is it. This is the urban jungle. One of the ladies campaigning for what's-her-face. She's a celebrity and she's campaigning for what's-her-face. And she was on the doing a campaign rally. She was so proud to tell everybody that if what's-her-face wins, the whole United States is going to become like Detroit. And she meant in spirit. Like, we have a lot of spirit here. The United States is under what's-her-face is going to become like Detroit. But when it first comes out and when you first hear it, you're like, dear God, no. Please. Spare us the whole United States becoming like Detroit. That is like hell on earth. That would just be a freaking nightmare. I couldn't stand to live anywhere near Chicago. I don't even want to go near Illinois, and I've got friends that live out there, but they live way outside. They live practically in the country, in these real upscale, rich, posh neighborhoods. They have nothing to worry about. But do they go into the city? Hell no. Hell no. I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody. If you live there, I mean, hell no. Bad enough out here with all of the people that have come from California and New York, Colorado, and turned this place into California and New York. I wish we would have snows like we did when I was a kid. I used to love listening to my old uncles talking about living here back in the day. And they're like, yeah, and they used to laugh and laugh. They're like, yeah, all the Californians and New Yorkers move here every year. And after one good snow, they all leave. Especially the people from California. One good snow, they're gone. And we haven't had a good snow like that. And it always makes me think of, I don't know what book it was from or what novel it was from, but he always talks about in New York City, we just need a good rain to come and wash all the filth away. And maybe it was like Taxi Cab, whatever, the De Niro movie. I don't remember, but somehow about the narrative, like, I just wish a good rain would come and wash it all away. Wash them all away. Same kind of thing with Colorado. I just pray that we have snows like we did when I'm a kid, and maybe all these people will pack up and get the hell out. Monitor your airspeed. Work on your instrument scan. This is an IFR practice, remember? Right? But other than getting back on course, I'm in auto throttle. Can't really monitor my speed. Couldn't really find the runway, so I'm doing a guesstimation at this point. The last runway was 2,300 feet for the intercept point, so I'm just shooting for 2,300 as we come in to the next group, and I'm just going to plug in the approach as we do. I don't know what else I can really monitor. Yeah. I usually do ILS, but doesn't matter to me. They both work the same, I think. Oh, Bluto, right on. Mott, Rick V, Bluto. I don't know if that's Rosk. Got some strange names. The only one I really get is Bluto. Can't do anything else till we turn the corner. Don't need this. And this is the big lake. I don't know which one this is. Superior? I'm not good with geography. The waves look great. The sunlight on the waves looks fantastic. It did. Yeah, they're really sending us out here. Lake Michigan. Thank you. Let's see. Nothing in the water for a pin. Where's Magus from here? Is it MEI? GIS? Gary. Here we go. I had to come here once for a comic convention, and I felt dirty the moment I stepped off the plane. Even the air felt dirty. Everything felt dirty. Ugh. Everything was grungy. I can't stand what's her face. Can't even stand listening to her talk anymore. Makes me ill. KCGX is Magesfield. I want to go. KCGC? I don't got a KCGX. Yeah. Hope I learn how to... No? No. Oh, it's not there anymore though, right? Is that the reason why it doesn't it exist anymore? I don't know. See where it says no DH on your primary display. Okay. You're right. It says no DH on my primary display right here. That's no decision height from the vertical profile part of the ILS chart. You know, we can get altitude VNAV information over here too. So we're going to be at Vulgar and decel. And then they're overlapping. I can't read them. Okay. All right, so I'm imagining that we're coming into Vulgar or Mott. Okay, I see Mott. And Mott is 9,000 feet we're supposed to be at, and we're at 2-3. So 9,000 feet for Mott, 8,000 for Rick, 7,000 for Bluto. Roski is 6, Wavy at 5, Automay at 4. I think I'm just gonna put us at 5 then. Find a happy medium. Since I don't have a proper approach plate for this, I'm assuming it's usually couple out either Automay, Wavy, or Roski. Usually would be the intercept point. Yeah, it might. It's usually pretty forgiving sometimes. We have an ILS plugged in there. ILS 28 right, 11110. So it's in there. Faux show. Oh, show. 6762. Usually need about 2,200 feet by about 5 miles, let's say. Righto. Oh, show. Hello to all you sim pilots or real pilots that may have been checking in or might be checking in. Hope you have a great weekend. Enjoy all your flying. Looking forward to 2024 coming up soon. Don't forget to redeem your Microsoft points for gift cards for the Microsoft Store. Get yourself some big savings on 2020 or 2024. It depends on whatever you want. They're going to keep supporting 2020. But if you've got a good machine, I really recommend to just go to 2024. All the new advancements that are going to be coming out. Oh, here's another first. I forgot to bring up earlier. Microsoft 2024 will finally now have over 1 million obstacles. So when we were listening to that audio tour earlier of Peoria and hearing about Abe Lincoln and Groucho Marx, they also mentioned the manufacturing that came out of Peoria, and one was they built giant metal antenna and other things, metal works. And then I forgot to tell you at that point that Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 for Visual Flight Simulator, the world's really the first great visual flight simulator, they're going to now have over 1 million obstacles put into the game, including all the towers, antenna. And I purchased the Emerald Object Library just for that, but the textures don't seem to work sometimes and everything looks pink. But I'm so thrilled to hear that they're finally going to add all of those obstacles in, because you can't really practice your reading your airport information and, you know, knowing what obstacles to look out for. And so that's going to be a big thing. And if those are all fully realized too, and, you know, like trees and everything else, then they can pose a problem. Another thing that was going to be a first, this will be the first, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 will be the first simulator to have all of the glider airports in the world in the simulator. And they had to go and handcraft every single glider airport in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. And he said at some of the places, these glider airports, they have equipment that hasn't been seen in decades. So they had to go scan all these, you know, those winch systems and add the unique glider stuff that they have at certain airports. Then they showed a couple of pictures of these really old winches, and it's neat. So my buddy Henning, the German gentleman that usually comes in on these live streams, the glider pilot, I forwarded that information to him right away. And so if you're a glider pilot, and then they brought in the guys that are doing the all the glider development update stuff. They're going to have 2 new gliders that are state of the art. And when he's like, this glider over here is like the Tesla of gliders. and it's got a propeller on it too in case you want motorized flight. And he's like, it's one of the greatest gliders ever created. It's such a pimp device. And a new gliding navigation system and new glider physics, and they were really thrilled about that. So if you're a glider person, you've got a lot to look forward to as well. I'm going to go ahead and hit my approach. I'm at 5. I'm down to 2. Probably a little premature, but I think we'll be all right. I hope. We're below the glide slope. Well, it's above us at the moment, according to this diamond. Bust VFE. You're supposed to be under 250 knots below 10,000 feet, right? But other than that, I don't know really what you mean. VFE. And it's auto throttle. It's supposed to be managing your speed properly. Wavy. $5,000 Adme 4,000. Wilt 2,200. So we're close. Expedite a little bit. Ooh.
2,500.
Easy. Suppose if I initiate some flaps, it'll also slow me down. Should. Theory. Force auto throttle to slow down. Towers right now. Towers and cranes. Look at see, it's got a graphical thing. That one tower right there looks like it's in pink. The texture issue, or I heard I can fix it, but I just haven't been into the files to go delete a group of files and have them reload it. There's Wilt. See if it'll take now. There's our diamond. See if it starts descending us right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's descending. Okay. In good shape. The last chart, it was 800 feet, 200 feet off. Approximately.
$500. 400. 300.
Happy lights say we're okay. There we're good. Pretty field. Autopilot off.
100. 60, 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Spoiler. Reverse thrust. And brake. Flaps up, spoiler up, reverse thrust. Okay, let's see about getting some information here.
Kenia's 112 tree taxi to Gate Foxtrot 21 using taxiway Tango November November 2 Alpha 12.
Tango November November Alpha 12. Gotcha. And we did it. Another flight wasn't necessarily wasn't exactly super pretty. A little bit of bounce on that touchdown, but I think it was better than the last one that we did. Auto brake 2. Auto brake 2 is for slick runways, by the way. Saves the airline some money on brake pads. What is auto brake 2? Is that when you set it for medium in here? Like this? I said I didn't know what the conditions were going to be. So yeah, okay, auto brake. I put it on medium. So just, yeah, on a dry runway, should have probably just kept it on low or off. Really hauling ass. Look how fast he's coming in. He's crazy. Yeah, he just flew in there. That guy's gonna get squished. What are you doing under our plane, buddy? You're crazy too. Those people in Chicago are crazy. Just walking underneath the plane. Cool as can be. All right. They don't have a shutdown? Well, we just kind of reverse what we've done here and put this in a normal, switch off the engines. Get a power supply.
Kenya's 112 tree, a ground power unit, is on the road.
I didn't do my lights, so I failed there. Missed marks for setting up my taxi lights, all that, all the light stuff. Okay. Turn on ground, external ground power. Fuel pumps, and I think that is it. AP bleeds off. And bleed. Engine bleed. Okay, don't need that. And battery off. Generator off. AP generator off. Really? Yeah, I must have set up the jetway. All right. That concludes this live stream. So thank you very much for tuning in tonight. Unless there's anything else you'd like to discuss. Other than that, happy Saturday night. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's Sunday here now. Happy Sunday morning to you. It's 2 o'clock in the morning here. Time literally tonight flew when you're having fun with friends. So thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight, and thank you for all of your knowledge. It's really appreciated, every little bit. So I learned about minimums tonight for sure. I could say did that. And another little notch under the belt. Great. This is nice. A little old, but that over there, that's very quaint. A little bit. Yeah, I've been here. Yep. Nice in there. They've got that set up. The posh people get to come and park in here. Look at that. 4 or 5 people get the exclusive parking. Smudgy McLemon. That's a big place. I wish Denver were just a little bit maybe more like this and less spread out the way that they've got it. I really like it when they're efficient and keep everything kind of tight around the central hub. It still has a larger footprint, I think, than Denver. I mean, it goes out there. For sure. Oh, look. Look who's here. Not something I expected to see here. Very nice. Somebody was doing a live stream earlier where they were just sitting at the airport doing just airplane watching. That's it. Their whole live stream was just sitting on the runway. Just watching planes. Identifying planes. That's interesting. Plane watching. I'm looking forward to you getting your microphone, and I'm really looking forward to you doing live streams and getting to sit in on yours. And again, I'm looking so much forward to multiplayer. It'll be so much easier when you don't have to type anything. And again, we can get into Discord too, to just be able to chat about it. Just typing can be a real pain in the ass. Okay. Well, you have a wonderful evening, my friend. Again, thank you for everything tonight. And thank you for all the people that stopped in. And thank you for the person that subscribed. Can't thank you enough. Please like and subscribe. Every little bit helps. Make Christine happy. She'll be happy. So please subscribe. And then I can go tell her, hey, I got more subscribers today. And she'll say, that's nice, honey. And I got to keep her happy. And that's what's important. So. Keep Christine happy. Save a life. Save a life. Like and subscribe. And I have no plans for tomorrow. So as soon as I wake up and get some coffee in me, I'll be back here and we'll be doing something. Maybe we'll do some more camping tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. We'll figure it out. Adios. You have a great night. Hey, that is not squared right. What happened to there? It's all completely shrunk. Or it's too big now. What happened? Or just looks that way? Oh, I can't tell. Hell with it. I'm shutting it off.